I'm divorced. At the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Jiang Huai looked remorseful. Shall I take you back? I tightened my grip on the divorce certificate in my hand and lowered my gaze. No need. After a moment of silence, he turned, got into his car, and drove away. I looked up at the sky. It was a leaden grey, mirroring my own heart that is obscure and restless. So the 7-year itch is real. It's been exactly 7 years since Jiang Huai and I got together, and now our daughter, Zhanzhan, is 3. The Jiang family had money, power, and influence in Y City. Jiang Huai was a proper sign of a wealthy family. I was just an ordinary girl from a single-parent home. Well, perhaps not entirely ordinary in university. I was universally acknowledged as the campus belle of G University. Back then, many boys pursued me, but my nature is slow to warm and somewhat aloof. Over time, most of my suitors gradually drifted away. University never lacks for pretty and outstanding girls. Few are willing to hang from a tree. Yet, Jiang Huai persisted in chasing me for 2 years. He was handsome, gentle, humorous, and generous. Most what's rare is that he always responded to my every need, followed through on every matter, kept me informed about everything, making me feel like his exception and favorite. So, I was moved. Once my heart stirred, it was earth-shattering. Right after graduation, I was determined to marry Jiang Huai, but my mother just won't agree no matter what. She said the wealth gap between our families was too vast. We weren't well matched, and I would easily be bullied if I married into his family. Because back in the day, my father had also been captivated by my mother's beauty, disregarded their difference in wealth, and relentlessly pursued her. Both sides had met the parents, and they were even engaged. Then I came along, and they decided to have the wedding after I was born. But just 1 month before I entered the world, my father abandoned my mother and married another woman. But I thought Jiang Huai's family wealth was his parents' business. He and I, both capable, ambitious, and could live well on our own. We didn't necessarily have to rely on his parents. Jiang Huai took me to meet his parents. They were well-mannered and polite. But I knew they didn't like me. From start to finish, they addressed me as Miss Li, polite yet distant. But back then, Jiang Huai and I loved each other passionately and madly, as if no difficulty in heaven or earth could stand in our way. Our wedding was grand. Almost the entire city was sensationalized. When we exchanged rings, Jiang Huai cried like a child. He said, "Wife, I finally married you. I will definitely make you happy." Looking into his sincere eyes, I wept. After marriage, I was truly very happy. I just never expected that happiness would last only 7 short years. Perhaps the feelings between Jiang Huai and me had already quietly deteriorated long ago. I just hadn't noticed. A month ago, I was sent on a business trip by my company. My best friend, Yang Lu, sent me a photo, saying she'd seen Jiang Huai with a woman shopping on Chengbai Road. The man and woman in the photo were both in profile, wearing matching white t-shirts and black trousers as couple outfits. At first glance, the man's profile, hairstyle, even his build, looked incredibly like Jiang Huai. But just 10 minutes earlier, Jiang Huai had called me, asking where Zhanzhan's bath towel was. It was 3 p.m., right around bath time for Zhanzhan after her nap, when she was always sweaty. I even heard Nanny Jiang ask from the background, "Young master, should we have yogurt cake or cheese shortbread for Zhanzhan's snack today?" I laughed and told Yang Lu Jiang Huai wouldn't take Nanny Jiang along if he were out shopping with another woman, would he? The second time, I was at work when my mother called, saying she'd seen Jiang Huai enter a hotel with a woman. My heart skipped a beat. Jiang Huai did have the day off today and was supposed to be at home. I immediately called him. He answered, slightly out of breath. "Wife, what's up? What are you doing?" "Just gave Zhanzhan a piggyback ride around the house. This little ancestor is exhausting me," I chuckled. "What's Zhanzhan doing now?" "Nanny Jiang is reading a picture book with her. I need to rest for a bit. I'm really getting old. Just this little bit tires me out." He let out a breath. "Young master, I'll take Zhanzhan downstairs for a walk." Nanny Jiang's voice came from the other end of the line, and I could faintly hear Zhanzhan babbling. "All right," he replied to Nanny Jiang, then called out to me, "Wife, I'm all sweaty. I've taken my clothes off and am about to hop in the shower. I'll hang up now, Mo." Go ahead. I just suddenly missed Jiang and wanted to talk to her. Bad timing, I guess. I felt a bit embarrassed for suspecting Jiang Huai after hearing my mum's words. Plenty of time to talk when you get back from work. His tone was as gentle as ever. All right then. My voice softened too. Enough now, I'm busy at the company. Bye. I called my mum back and told her the facts. She sounded hesitant on the other end. Maybe I'll wait here, see when they come out, and get a closer look to see if it really is Jiang Huai. I was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Oh, for heaven's sake, Jiang Huai is at home. I heard Nanny Jiang and Zhanzhan. Would he bring Nanny Jiang and Zhanzhan along, if he were checking into a hotel with another woman? Only then did my mum relax. All right then, it must have been my eyes playing tricks on me. But he did look remarkably similar. Even though I said that, hearing the same thing repeatedly inevitably made me wonder, who was this person who looked so much like Jiang Huai that Yang Lu and my mum, who'd known him for years, both mistook him? But clearly, Jiang Huai was at home, wasn't he? Once doubt took root in my heart, I couldn't help but pay closer attention to Jiang Huai's behavior. I even secretly observed his micro-expressions several times, but found nothing unusual. He left for work before me in the morning, saying goodbye with a hug. He came home early in the evening, greeting me with a kiss. He was the perfect husband. I mock oneself for being oversensitive and stop thinking about these things. I work at an editorial office. A book by one of our authors sold far beyond our set target after publication. Our leader was so pleased he gave us half a day off. Jiang Huai and I have different job natures. I have weekends off, while he works as a general manager at a sales company, and usually only has weekdays off. Today was Wednesday, his usual day off, and the day we agreed he would spend with our child. Although Nanny Jiang usually looks after the child, I believe parental companionship is especially important. Fortunately, Jiang Huai was happy to accept this, calling his routine day off on Wednesday Dad's Day. I bought the peach ice cream cake that both Jiang Huai and Zhanzhan love from the cake shop downstairs from my office, planning to surprise the father-daughter pair at home. We have a keypad lock at home. Since Zhanzhan was born, we set it to silent mode. I gently keyed in the password. A very soft click, and the door opened a crack. I pushed the door open slowly, just in time to hear Zhanzhan ask Jiang Huai for his phone. Daddy, phone. Zhanzhan, play. Daddy has some work things to handle. Play later, okay? Be good. Jiang Huai coaxed her, but Zhanzhan was insistent. She plopped down on his lap. There's another one. Another one. Just then, the cake box accidentally brushed against the door, making a slight noise. Jiang Huai looked up and saw me. He froze for a second, a flicker of what seemed like panic in his eyes. Another one? Another one what? Zhanzhan pressed on in her childish voice. Yes, just one more message to reply to, then you can play. Jiang Huai forced a smile. Zhanzhan, look who's here. He pointed at me by the door. Zhanzhan saw me. Her face lit up with joy as she rushed towards me. Mummy? I crouched down and picked up her soft little body, my smile becoming increasingly deliberate. Zhanzhan, no more playing with the phone. It'll hurt your eyes. Shall we have some cake instead? Zhanzhan, soft as a sticky rice ball, opened her big eyes wide and nodded. Okay. Holding the cake in one hand and Zhanzhan in the other, I went to the living room. With my back to Jiang Huai as I unpacked the box, a wave of coldness washed over my chest. My smile faded. A loud, hollow voice echoed in my heart. Another one what? Just then, Jiang Huai came over, hugged me from behind, and buried his face in my neck, taking a deep breath. I hadn't seen this gesture in a long time. Perhaps he'd long forgotten it was his habitual way of making up after arguments when we were dating. I turned my head. All smiles. Your favorite peach flavor? He looked at me seriously. Wife, you're the best. After Zhanzhan was born, Jiang Huai had someone install surveillance cameras at home kitchen, living room, bedroom, study. Not a single corner was missed. Initially, it was to observe Zhanzhan's sleep at night. Later, it extended to checking on things at home during work hours and giving instructions to Nanny Jiang via the cameras. The next day, I took a day off and reviewed all the surveillance footage. I found nothing. We often activated the privacy mode for the bedroom camera, as recording our intimate moments wasn't proper. We hadn't used that mode in a long time, meaning we hadn't been intimate for ages. But it was impossible for Jiang Huai to bring a woman home, as the privacy mode hadn't been activated for any other cameras. Besides, with Nanny Jiang and Jianjun home every day, Jiang Huai wouldn't be stupid enough to bring a woman home. I suddenly remembered Jiang Huai had a habit of playing games on his phone while in the loo, often for half an hour or more. And the toilet was the only place without a camera. I logged into the game and found his avatar. It showed he hadn't logged in for 7 days. An indescribable complex emotions weighed on my chest, making it hard to breathe. But nothing was conclusive yet. Jianjun was just a 3-year-old. The another one she mentioned could be a toy, a game console, or something else. But I couldn't keep guessing vaguely like this. So, I asked a colleague from the company's technical department to help me get a pinhole camera. On Sunday, I dropped Nanny Jiang and Jianjun off at the early learning center and returned home. My colleague brought me the camera. I thanked him. Thank you for this. Remember to accept the money transfer. The previous night, when he said he'd gotten the item, I transferred 10,000 RMB to him. I knew this little thing wasn't that expensive, but getting it through unofficial channels required effort. He said a friend who specialized in such things gave it to him conveniently, costing nothing, so he returned the money. But I rarely interacted with the technical department and couldn't accept something for nothing. I transferred the money again. He didn't say anything more, but still hadn't accepted it. Seeing me insist, he changed the subject. This thing looks small, but it's quite complicated to install. Should I help you install it? I didn't know him well, having only contacted him a few times when the website was slow. I looked up at him, who was a head taller than me. That's too much trouble. Honestly, it was embarrassing, especially since I was installing it in the toilet. It was hard not to invite gossip. It's no trouble at all. Don't stand on ceremony. He smiled, a small canine tooth gleaming in the sunlight. Then I'll trouble you, Zhou Yang. He corrected me, speak each word slowly and clearly. It's Zhou Yang. Zhou as in pie, Yang as in cadence. I was so embarrassed I wished for a hole to crawl into. Right, Zhou Yang. Installing this camera was indeed more complicated than I'd imagined. It had to be placed near the extractor fan, not too obvious, and needed a power source. Zhou Yang, true to his expertise, installed the camera and set up the connected phone app for me. This camera is very flexible. You can control the on-off switch with your phone, he demonstrated. Where do you view the recordings from the other cameras? Phone or laptop? Laptop. Though I didn't understand why he asked. I fetched the laptop from the study. He took it, stepped outside the door and called, Sister Li, come here for a moment. I went out too, and watched him modify the timestamp of today's video of his visit to a month ago. Your surveillance records probably auto-delete after a month. To avoid suspicion, it's better I don't appear in recent footage. I felt awkward. It's not what you think. My rebuttal was weak, something even I didn't believe. I'm not thinking anything. He coughed lightly, changing the subject. So, if the surveillance timestamp has been modified, where can you see that? Check the operation log. He navigated to that interface for me. But if someone really wants to modify it, they'd probably delete the operation log too. I've deleted the one I modified. If you ever need to recover deleted records, you can contact me anytime. All right, thank you. After Zhou Yang left, I specifically checked the days Yang Lu and my mum had reported Jiang Huai's whereabouts. The operation logs for those days hadn't been deleted, that the dates had indeed been changed. A sharp pain shot through my head. A giant rock seemed to press on my chest, making it hard to breathe. Jiang Huai had been a sales manager for so long, I'd almost forgotten his university major was information technology. Did he think someone with my knowledge wouldn't understand these technical things, so he didn't bother deleting the logs thoroughly? Why did he modify the videos? Did he really go out? Who were those women? If his affair was real, then I wanted to ask. How did he seamlessly switch between having fun with other women outside and being the doting, loving husband at home? I secretly took a day off on Wednesday. With a face full of affection, I hugged Jiang Huai goodbye, took my laptop and went to Yang Lu's studio. It was exhausting. I finally understood how hard actors worked. My heart was blocked, yet I had to smile at the man who might have wronged me. Well, wind blows Editor Lee here, Yang Lu teased. I wasn't in the mood for banter. Yang Lu. Jiang Huai might be cheating. Yang Lu, who was drinking water, choked. Cough. Was it really him that day? I don't know. I opened my laptop and started the surveillance footage. Don't scare me. Yang Lu patted her chest and sat beside me. Actually, I was shocked that day too. But you said you heard Nanny Jiang's voice, so I thought it couldn't be him. Who brings the nanny along on a date with another woman? I didn't answer. My mind a tangled mess. Nanny Jiang was busy in the kitchen making supplementary food for Zhanzhan. Jiang Huai was playing with Zhanzhan on the playmat in the living room. Everything looked normal and warm. Yang Lu leaned closer. See, Jiang Huai is a good father. I sighed. You see, society is always lenient towards men and strict with women. A man spending 1 day a week with his child makes him a good father. A woman is on call 24/7 from the child's birth, and even after returning to work, remains on call 24/7 on weekends, yet might not be praised as a good mother. If anything happens to the child, the mother is inevitably blamed. It's so hard being a woman. Yang Lu shrugged. I truly hope one day men and women in this society can be truly equal. Finally, I saw Zhanzhan ask Jiang Huai for his phone to play. Jiang Huai seemed to be replying to a message, and after finishing, gave the phone to Zhanzhan. Then he stood up, glanced subconsciously at the camera, and went into the toilet. I felt a bit guilty, afraid he might guess I was watching the surveillance and wouldn't slip up. Nanny Jiang brought over some food and started feeding Zhanzhan. Meanwhile, Jiang Huai locked the toilet door, bent down, and opened the bottom drawer of the storage cabinet. It was filled with toilet-specific bin bags. He removed 2 packs from the bottom and pulled out a mobile phone. My head spun. So Zhanzhan's, another one, really was another phone. Seeing this, Yang Lu placed her hands on my shoulders. Maybe it's not that bad. Could it be a surprise he's preparing for you? I didn't know what to say, feeling only a deep coldness throughout my body. Perhaps, looking on the bright side, Yang Lu's theory wasn't without merit. After all, Kixi Festival was coming up. But the look in someone's eyes when they trying hard to hide a surprise is different from the look of someone feeling guilty and ashamed. Jiang Huai's glance at the camera earlier had made my heart feel as if it had plunged into an ice cellar, cold and painful. I deliberately stayed at Yang Lu's place until after work before heading home. Jiang Huai came up to me, kissed my forehead, and seemed excited. Wife, Kixi is on Sunday. I've taken the day off to properly take you and Zhanzhan out. While changing my shoes, I adjusted my mood. Sure, it's been a long time since our family had a proper day out. He thoughtfully took my bag from my shoulder and hung it on the rack. You know, weekends are our busiest times for business. The company agreed to make an exception and give me Sunday off, but I'll have to work a bit later on Saturday. That's understandable, I grinned. That's because my husband is the company's pillar. His Kixi plans didn't make me feel better. Instead, I grew more irritated. The unanswered questions in my heart were like sharp thorns piercing it, painful with every breath. Late at night, Nanny Jiang and Zhanzhan were already asleep. Jiang Huai went to the toilet again. I watched on my phone app as he skillfully opened the drawer and took out that phone. He stared at the screen, his fingers tapping constantly, as if chatting with someone, occasionally revealing a suppressed smile. I don't know how long it took, but he finally put the phone down, returned it to its place, flushed the unused toilet, and walked back to the room. I locked the screen and pretended to be asleep before he arrived. His presence slowly approached, finally leaning close to my ear. Wife, I continued pretending to sleep, but he started fondling me and taking off my clothes. I couldn't keep up the act anymore and opened my eyes, pretending to be drowsy. What are you doing? I'm sleepy. Wife, it's been a long time since he said as he kissed me. The intense kisses made me breathless. His hand slipped under my clothes, but I felt nothing. Before things were completely clear, everything he did disgusted me. So I pushed him away, my voice slightly acted coquettishly. Aunt Flo is here. He stopped, tilted his head in thought. That shouldn't be right. It's a week earlier than last month. My colleague treated the whole office to ice cream today. I couldn't resist. I pretended to be innocent. You. He looked to have no alternative. I'll make you a cup of brown sugar water. Drink it and go to sleep. I nodded, watching his retreating back, feeling a bit dazed. How could such a good man do something to sorry me? Was there some mistake? At 2 a.m., Jiang Huai's breathing was heavy. He was sound asleep. I quietly went to the toilet, retrieved the phone, brought it back to the room, used his finger to unlock it, then hurried back to the toilet and gently locked the door. My hand holding the phone trembled uncontrollably. This phone was perhaps a Pandora's box for me, filled with harm towards me. Yet, I had to open it and see for myself. The phone's lock screen was a photo of our family of 3. The WeChat account was one I hadn't seen before. No chat history. No transfer records. No moments. The contact list, however, had over 100 people. Mostly women at a glance. I opened the favorites. There were 5 voice messages. I turned down the volume and listened to them one by one. They were all Nanny Jiang's voice. Young master, the red bean porridge is ready. Would you like a bowl? Young master, I'm taking Zhanzhan for a walk. Young master. In an instant I understood. Why, when Yang Yu saw him, when my mum saw him, he had always managed to let me hear Nanny Jiang's voice, seemingly inadvertently, to prove he was at home. Especially the second time, when my mum saw him enter a hotel with another woman, and I called him. He was panting, telling me he was just tired from giving Zhanzhan a piggyback ride. Thinking back now, perhaps he was exerting himself on another woman, hence the heavy breathing and sweat, telling me he was about to take a shower after taking his clothes off. A wave of nausea rose from the depths of my heart. I forced it down and returned the phone to its place. Walking to the sink, cold sweat dampened my fringe. My legs gave way, and I finally vomited violently. The next morning I took time off again. After washing my face, I looked at my pale, puffy-eyed, disheveled self in the mirror, and felt on the verge of crash. Jiang Huai knocked on the door. Wife, are you done? I need to pee. Not yet. My period cramps are bad. Use the toilet next to Nanny Jiang's room. Then I'll wait a bit longer. He sounded helplessness. I sat down on the toilet lid. Countless needles seemed to be stabbing my brain, the pain almost suffocating. Wife, how much longer? I'll be late for work. Jiang Huai was urging again. I really wanted to rush out, throw that phone in his face, and demand to know why. But I couldn't. It wasn't enough. The recordings alone proved nothing. I clenched my fists tightly and said in a low voice, I don't know. Might be a while. You know how I get during my period. Just use the one next to Nanny Jiang's room if it's just a pee. Never mind, I'll wait. The toilet next to Nanny Jiang's room was just smaller, no different otherwise. We hadn't used it in so long it had default for her private toilet, just as she never used ours. But I had used it in emergencies. Right now, he just needed to pee, but refused to go there, preferring to wait for an uncertain amount of time here. It seemed he wasn't in a hurry to use the toilet. He was in a hurry to get the phone in that drawer. Wife, he started again. I couldn't hold back anymore and roared, You're so annoying. It's just a pee. Does it matter where? Can your dick get stuck to the toilet bowl? I'm in pain. Shut up. Silence outside the door. I hadn't lost my temper like this in a long time. He was probably startled, but he knew how bad my period pains could be. Wife, don't be angry. If it's that bad, let me take you to the hospital. Or I'll take the day off to look after you. I took a deep breath. Go to work. I'll take the day off and rest at home. If the pain gets unbearable, I'll call you. He sounded relieved. Okay, I'll go to work then. Call me anytime if you need anything. Furious, my stomach ached. I stayed in the toilet for a long time until Nanny Jiang finished feeding Zhanzhan breakfast and said she was taking her downstairs for a walk. Only then did I snap out of it, to avoid raising Jiang Huai's suspicion if he checked the cameras. I lay on the living room sofa, my face towards the camera's angle. I opened the chat with Zhou Yang. The first thing I saw was the returned 10,000 RMB. Are you free? He replied quickly. Yes. Did something happen? After an internal struggle, I asked, Do you know how to recover deleted WeChat chat records? Yes. Do you need me to come over now? No. It's not very convenient here. Can you tell me how to do it? He then sent me a tutorial with images and text, making it seem effortless. But I had forgotten a crucial issue. I didn't know the passcode for this phone. So, I have the cheek to contact Zhou Yang again. Maybe you should come over after all. I forgot the passcode for the other phone at home. Can you help me crack it? Sorry to trouble you again. He replied, Okay, I'll meet you downstairs at your place in 10 minutes. Since I'd given him my address before, Zhou Yang arrived quite quickly. I couldn't be bothered to change, so I went downstairs in my pajamas and slippers. Getting into his car, I handed him the phone, apologizing again. Really sorry to trouble you again, but I have no other choice. He took it with a smile. It's nothing. I felt awkward. Coming down all disheveled, sorry. I tucked my stray hair behind my ear. Must be quite different from the put-together. Professionally dress me at the office. When I see you at the company, you always seem a bit aloof and distant. Seeing your homey side today feels quite kind. This is how friends should meet, right? He paused. We are friends now, aren't we? His cautious query was somewhat amusing. I curved my lips slightly. Of course. Hearing the answer, he nodded satisfiedly, then took out his laptop and started working seriously. Soon, he let out a breath. Done. I've recovered the deleted chat records and exported them for you. I've also cracked the passcode. Let me register your fingerprint now, so you can open it anytime. Okay. My heart was a mix of emotions, afraid those chat records would destroy me. He naturally took my hand and registered my fingerprint. All done. He held my thumb. His palm was broad and warm, enveloping my entire hand. It reminded me of how, years ago, Jiang Huai had also held my hand tightly, knelt on one knee, and asked me with sincere, deep emotion, Li Sharon, will you marry me? Remembering the past, I couldn't hold back my tears. Zhou Yan was momentarily at a loss. Hey, why are you crying? Did I mess up a step? He handed me the tissue box. Please don't cry. If there's a problem, just tell me. Just don't cry, okay? A quote from Wang Xiaobo to Li Yinhe suddenly flashed through my mind. If anything happens, don't cry first. Come and blame me first, okay? Few women don't want to be Li Yinhe. But how many Wang Xiaobos are there in this world? I took a tissue and dried my tears. Who are you calling hey? You used to call me Sister Li. Now you're getting more and more impolite. I'll never call you Sister Li again. That title makes you sound old. Whatever. I took the phone from his outstretched hand. Thank you for today. I'll treat you to a meal another day. Okay, I'll be waiting for that meal. I got out of the car. He called out, Wait a moment. I turned back. He took a bag from the back seat and handed it to me. I noticed you haven't seemed very happy lately. I bought this from the dessert shop near the entrance. They say sweets can make people happy. I hope this improves your mood. I initially wanted to refuse, but then I thought, Jiang Huai hadn't gotten his other phone today, so he must be anxious. Probably watching the cameras closely. Bringing these desserts upstairs would look better than returning empty-handed. So, I accepted it. Okay. Thank you. But please don't bring anything next time. I'm tired of hearing you say thank you. As my friend, you don't need to be so formal. He smiled, his little canine tooth showing, full of vitality. I pressed my lips together and joked, All right, friend. Then next time there's a chance, I'll ask you to go through fire and water for me. No problem. He winked at me. Back home, I had no appetite for the desserts. I placed the bag on the table and went straight to the toilet. After locking the door, I took Jiang Huai's phone from my pocket and returned it to its place. Then I took out my own phone and opened the file Zhou Yang had sent me. Over 50 chat windows filled with unbearable to look at flirty talk, exchanging photos of private parts, sharing hotel addresses, picking out lingerie and toys and praising each other's bedroom skills. Each and every one of these things were done by Jiang Huai, the man who loved me like his life in front of others. Gentle and considerate, praised by friends and relatives. My stomach churned with discomfort. I leaned over the sink, dry heaving. Disgusting. Disgusting. So disgusting I wished I could vomit out all my internal organs. But I hadn't eaten anything yet. My chest ached from retching, but I only brought up some bile. There were over 100 transfer records for 520 and 1314. Well, he was always generous. Small amounts probably wouldn't do. The most eye-catching was a record of a 200,000 RMB deposit. The sender's avatar was stings the eyes and also pierces the heart. It was Jiang Huai's mother, my mother-in-law, who had always been polite towards me. Their earliest chat was from 3 months ago. His mother asked, "How did it go with Chairman Zhao's daughter today?" Jiang Huai sent a voice message, sounding somewhat impatient. "Mum, I've thought about it. This isn't fair to Shuren. Stop setting me up on these blind dates. You need to understand the status of our Jiang family in Y City. Your father and I almost had heart attacks when you got married. Li Shuren still can't give birth to a son. She should be sensible and leave the Jiang family sooner rather than later. Shuren had a major hemorrhage when she gave birth to Zhangzhen, and it's only been 3 years. The first 2 years were so hard on her looking after the child. You know that. She just went back to work this year. Her body hasn't recovered yet, and you want her to have another child. If she can't have one, then make way for someone who can. Plenty of women are waiting to give you a son. What do you even see in her? I won't get a divorce." "Fine, don't divorce. Find someone outside who can bear a son. We'll bring the child back and say it's adopted. I'll arrange the paperwork." Then, 2 months ago, Jiang Huai contacted his mother first. "Mum, I've added all the women you recommended. When can I get the 200,000 I need for the studio? Pick the one with the best qualifications, looks, figure, education. As long as she gives me a grandson, not just 200,000. All the Jiang family assets will be yours. Let me think about it." Finally, a month and a half ago, Jiang Huai sent his mother a bed photo. "Did it, Mum? Can I have the money now? I feel terrible, I've let Shuren down." A week later, another bed photo with the same woman. She had a cold and took medicine a couple of days ago, so she took emergency contraception after this time. I'm feeling very confused. A third bed photo with a different woman. "Mum, I found this one myself. She's young and naive. I was her first." His mother said nothing, silently transferred 200,000 RMB. Then came the fourth, fifth, all with different women. Jiang Huai sent a voice message, cold and gloomy. "Mum, now I'm not worthy of Li Shuren anymore. Are you satisfied? One grandson isn't enough, is it? I'll keep looking for suitable women. Grandsons, the better, right?" His mother was furious. "Have you gone mad? What kind of unclean women are fit to bear grandsons for the Jiang family?" "Mum, actually, I should thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known that once a person is pushed into the abyss, struggles, compromises, and shatters all their light, they stop caring about anything. I will divorce Shuren at a suitable time." Looking at these absurd and terrifying records, my heart ached so much I could barely breathe. Tears streamed down my face uncontrollably. My whole body turned cold and shivered. My heart felt torn apart, crushed, then thrown into an ice cellar. Despair grew wildly in my heart, spreading to every limb, almost devour my reason. I wanted to confront Jiang Huai, to demand fiercely why. Why did he do this to me? I grew up without a father. Countless thunderous, lightning-filled nights I shivered, holding my mother and crying. Having no sense of security, I always pretended to be strong. Lacking a father's love, I pretended not to care. Gradually, I became proud, aloof. Over the years, Yang Lu was the only close friend I'd made. It was Jiang Huai who persistently approached me, warmed me, held me in the palm of his hand, becoming the savior of my entire youth. But now, the boy I thought was as pure as moonlight in my heart was completely dead. "Mummy! Mummy!" Nanny Jiang returned with Zhangzhen. Her childish milky voice pulled my thoughts back from the hopeless abyss. "I'm in the toilet, baby." Startled by my own slightly hoarse voice, I got up and washed my face. Staring at my bloodshot eyes in the mirror, I told myself, not yet. Not time to confront Jiang Huai. In the latest chat record, Jiang Huai had arranged to spend the night before Kixi with a woman. I knew it would be painful, but I had to personally tear apart his perfect husband facade in front of me. I adjusted my mindset and went out. Zhangzhen was playing with her Barbie doll on the sofa. Nanny Jiang was already busy cooking lunch in the kitchen. "Mummy, Why are your eyes red like a little bunny's? Jiang reached out her chubby hand towards my eyes. My nose soured. I closed my eyes. Tears uncontrollably slide down from the corners. Mummy, why are you crying? The little one rushed over and hugged me. Don't cry, don't cry. We'll buy a yummy little cake later. This was what I usually said to comfort her when she cried. I buried my head, holding her tightly, holding back sobs, but the tears wouldn't stop. I had never felt time pass so agonizingly slowly. I cried while eating, watching TV, listening to music, even in the toilet. But I couldn't cry openly. I had to avoid Nanny Jiang, hide from Jiang, and escape the camera's view. It was so hard, so very hard. Life seemed devoid of interest. Everything was grey. Everything hopeless. Nanny Jiang was perceptive. She didn't ask a single question. At nap time, she coaxed Jiang to sleep. Lying in bed, closing my eyes, I wondered, serene and tranquil. Was I awake now? Or trapped in a dream? Jiang Huai came home earlier than ever that day. As soon as he entered, he concernedly pulled me aside. Wife, why are you so pale? Are you still in pain? I glanced at him listlessly. His concern was real, but it couldn't move me one bit anymore. The pain's gone numb. It doesn't hurt anymore. He pulled me into a hug, stroking my head soothe. My wife has suffered. He had a faint resinous scent, the lingering smell of the laundry detergent I'd chosen for him. In the past, I'd always bury my face in him, taking deep breaths. But now, it only made me think of him holding other women the same way, making me want to vomit. I want to sleep. I pushed him away and returned to the room. Soon, he finished washing up and came in, carrying a cup of brown sugar water. Wife, I used warm water. Drink it before sleeping, okay? He was still tirelessly playing the role of the perfect husband with a gentle heart, completely unaware of my abnormal. I really wanted to throw this cup of brown sugar water in his face. I wanted to scream hysterical. But in the end, I held back, calmly took it, drank it, and said nothing. Shuren, you sleep first. I need to use the toilet. I'll be right there. He went out, washed the cup, and entered the toilet. I opened the phone surveillance and saw him sitting on the toilet, lost in thought with a grave expression. Then he still took out that phone. Tears started falling from my eyes again like rain. I didn't want to cry, but no one had ever told me how much it would hurt when the prince fell off his white horse. He returned quickly, got into bed in the dark, and gently hugged me from behind. Jiang Huai, I called him. Will there be a day when you suddenly stop loving me? Never. My nose tingled with sour and astringent. Let me tell you, a university classmate's husband cheated. They were the model couple in our department. What a pity. He was silent for a moment, holding me tighter. They just didn't have the fate. Are you overthinking things again? No. I was just surprised when Yang Lu told me. Don't think too much. Go to sleep early, baby. What university classmate? I was talking about Jiang Huai's and my past. The memories that were slowly dying. The day before Kixi, I took Nanny Jiang and Jiang to my mother's place, hinting that Jiang Huai and I wanted some couple time over the next 2 days. My mother smiled, giving me a knowing look, and happily took in her granddaughter. Be nicer to Jiang Huai. You've always bullied him all these years. I know. I turned to leave, feeling bitter. Indeed, in my mother's eyes, I had never been good to Jiang Huai. I was dominant, while he always accommodated me. Especially the year Jiang was born, I was tormented by her 2-hour feeding schedule, losing hair in clumps. My body felt like a ticking time bomb. The smallest things could easily set me off. Whenever I was irritated, I'd pick fights with Jiang Huai, find fault with him. But he'd always hold me close and gently comfort. If not for the affair, how good it could have been. But I couldn't deceive myself. An hour before Jiang Huai's scheduled time with that other woman, I finally called Yang Lu. Are you free? Free, for you, I'm always free. She laughed. Good. Come help me catch them in the act. I'll send you the address. What? She screamed. Catch what? Catch the adulterous couple. I said, Jiang Huai cheated. 4. Li Shiran, are you drunk and talking nonsense? Do I have to cry for you to believe me? Don't you dare cry. I'm coming right now. After hanging up, I got out of the car and stood in the car park, letting the wind blow. Looking at the dimly lit hotel across the street, a famous love hotel in Y City, I sneered. What a great place for a secret rendezvous. Yang Lu arrived quickly. After parking, she spotted me immediately. You're serious? She stared at me wide-eyed. I showed her the chat records. Take a look. After flipping through a few, she started cursing. FCK! That dog Jiang Huai! Who would have thought? Acting like a decent family man, but rotten to the core. You handle the cursing later. I'm afraid I won't be able to. I took a deep breath, took back the phone, and glanced at the time. Half an hour left. How do we find the room number? The hotel staff definitely won't tell us. Yang Lu pondered, chin in hand. Following them up would be too obvious, easily noticed. I thought of that. I waved my phone at her. I called a delivery guy. The delivery guy arrived with the snacks I'd ordered. I didn't take them. Instead, I pulled out 200 RMB and handed it to him. Can you spare a moment to help me with something? He looked surprised. With what? That hotel. I pointed across the street. I need you to follow a man and a woman and find out their room number. His face lit with understanding. Oh, I get it. Take the money first. He waved his hand. Let me handle it first. We'll talk about payment after success. I nodded. They should be here soon. As soon as I finished speaking, a dark red car pulled up in front of the hotel. A man in a well-fitted suit, tall and straight. Wasn't that Jiang Huai? I started trembling violently. Young man, it's that couple. Please hurry. Leave it to me. He dashed across the street. Hotel staff went to park the car. Jiang Huai and the woman walked arm in arm. As they stepped into the hotel, Jiang Huai even reached out and pinched her butt. Trash. Yang Lu gritted her teeth. I silently clenched my fists, nails digging into my palms, sharp and painful. The delivery guy returned quickly. Room 506. I handed him the money. Thank you. He took it. You're welcome. Here are your snacks. Keep them. I grabbed Yang Lu's arm. I can't walk. Yang Lu squeezed my wrist. Be brave, Shuren. That beast is the one who wronged you. You haven't done anything wrong. That's right. Be brave, Miss Lee. The world isn't short of good men. When you meet a scumbag, remember to cut your losses in time. The delivery guy encouraged me too. I need to get back to work. Good luck. Thank you. I gave a fragile smile, then turned and walked towards the hotel with Yang Lu. Standing outside room 506, I pressed my ear to the door and heard low moans from inside. Anger and hatred surged, a fire rushing to my head. I lifted my foot and kicked the door hard. Who is it? Jiang Huai roared. Are you insane? A shrill female voice cried. Jiang Huai, open the door, I said, suppressing my emotions. Dead silence inside. After a long time, footsteps approached. Then the door clicked open. How I wished all of this was a misunderstanding. How I wished the person inside wasn't Jiang Huai. But when that face, long carved deep into my soul, appeared at the door, I knew how my hope was. Slap. I used all my strength to slap him. My palm went numb. Why? I was suddenly very calm. He turned his head from the slap, lowered his eyes. His lips moved slightly, then he let out a deep sigh. I'm sorry. No forgiveness. Tears streamed down my face wildly. I will never ever forgive you. Yang Lu, probably stunned by my action earlier, finally reacted. She immediately took out her phone. You piece of garbage. So sincere when you were chasing Shuran back then. And after just a few years, you're seduced by a fox outside. Let me see what kind of shameless bitch this is. She tried to charge in. Jiang Huai stood still, not daring to stop her. I walked past Jiang Huai. He reached out and grabbed me. Shuren, don't go. Please. Let go. My voice was icy. You disgust me. His hand gradually loosened. He leaned against the door, head bowed, silent. What are you doing? Ah. Screams came from inside. I took a few steps forward and saw Yang Lu slap the disheveled woman. Bitch can't find your own man. Bitch, her. The real bitch should be the one behind me. The man who shared my bed and whispered sweet nothings for so many years. The woman inside kept screaming. Jiang Huai behind me pleaded with a sob. Shuren, let me handle this at home, please. Not here, I beg you. There were murmurs and discussions in the hallway. Staff arrived asking, what's happening? Do we need to call the police? Yang Lu, we got the photos. Let's go. I was exhausted. I didn't want to rush in and beat the other woman like a shrew. The other woman was despicable, but the one who deserved the beating was the man who betrayed me. Call the police then. This infuriates me. They have no shame, but I still want mine. I pulled Yang Lu away. Stopping at the doorway, I said, Jiang Huai, we're getting a divorce. For the sake of our past marriage, I won't escalate this further. This is the last dignity I'm giving you. After parting with Yang Lu, I made a cup of tea and waited for Jiang Huai in the living room. I was waiting for him to give me an explanation, to draw a permanent full stop to our marital relationship. I used to find tea bitter and never liked it. Today, tasting it carefully, it had a sweetness of being awake. Jiang Huai didn't return until midnight. His clothes were disheveled, his face dirty, reeking of alcohol. Seeing me sitting on the sofa, he threw his tie aside, stumbled towards me with red eyes, and then fell to his knees with a thud. Shuren, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I deserve to die. Please forgive me, okay? He kept his head down, not daring to look at me, striving hard to restrain sobs. I looked at him coldly. The heart still beating in my chest would never ache for him again. After the divorce, the house goes to me. The child goes to me. He looked up at me, disbelief all over his face. I was wrong. Give me another chance, okay? You pay off the remaining mortgage alone, as child support for Zhenjin. If you refuse, then pay child support at 5,000 RMB per month until she turns 18. I met his gaze, stating calmly, I don't want a divorce. Weren't you already planning to divorce? I could no longer stay seated, springing up abruptly. Didn't you plan to find a suitable time to divorce me after sleeping with those women? Since you think you're too dirty for me, why cling to me so shamelessly? Jiang Huai, do you know how utterly disgusting you are? Tears welled in his eyes, his cheeks flushed. He slowly let out a breath. So you know everything? Yes, I know everything. I know your mother never liked me. Never. I ask myself, what did I do wrong? But she just didn't like me. The sour and astringent in my heart surged out like a tidal wave. But what did it matter? The one spending a lifetime with me was you. As long as you loved me, what did it matter if she didn't like me? But why? 200,000. And you compromised. If you really needed money, I could have tried to find a way to get it for you. Why did you have to get it in a way that hurt me so much? Why? My eyes, knowing I wanted to cry out all the pain, kept shedding cheap tears. Was sleeping with other women fun? Did you really think this was revenge against your mother? Did you ever consider my feelings? Did you ever think you're not just a frustrated, resentful man, but also a woman's husband, the father of a 3-year-old child? Faced with my hysterical questioning, his eyes darkened. I'm tired, he said. Too tired to keep going. He took a deep breath, wiped his tears with his hand. My parents never agreed to our marriage. Yet our wedding was so grand. Sensation throughout Y City. Do you know why? It was me. Begging. Going to every client our family did business with. Asking for sponsorship. I humbly borrowed money from numerous friends. After marriage, I worked hard to repay those debts. But then you had a major hemorrhage when Zhanzhan was born, lying in the ICU for days. The expensive medical bills forced me to beg my mother. She refused. I had to go to a black clinic and sign a kidney selling agreement to force her to transfer the money. He closed his eyes in pain, his body slumping to sit on the floor, leaning against the sofa. 3 months ago, an employee under me made a mistake with a product price, causing the company to lose over $1 million. I had to resign and shoulder the 200,000 RMB compensation demanded by the company. Unemployment, mortgage, household expenses, and the existing debts crushed me. Yes, I was defeated by life. I went to beg my mother again. Lied that I needed money to open a studio, and agreed to her demands. Fell into it step by step. Shuren, I love you very much, But love is often worthless in the face of life. I couldn't help but laugh twice. Indeed, for someone who was originally a rich heir, all this was too much, too much. But you could have chosen other ways. You could have discussed it with me, let us bear it together. Don't talk about love anymore. It's disgusting. No one can love one person while sleeping with the third, the fourth, and the fifth mistresses. You're the first I've seen, and probably the last. He laughed too. Fine. At this point, nothing I say matters. I agree to your terms. I'll pay off the mortgage, and Jiang's child support won't be a penny short. He stood up, his whole body swaying. I only beg you, when you mention me to Jiang in the future, only talk about the good parts. Tomorrow I'll have someone draft the divorce agreement. You just need to sign it. Okay, he responded, waving his hand behind him as he walked away. Take care of yourself. He walked out, gently closing the door behind him. Finally, all strength left my body, and I collapsed on the sofa. Weeping tears fall like rain. The past I shared with Jiang Huai was like an extravagant, unrealistic dream I had. From the beginning, I knew there would be a day of awakening, but I never thought it would end so tragic. If I could go back to 7 years ago, I would choose never to have met him. And now, the dream is over. It's time to wake up. My car had picked up a nail on the way home last night, so I called for a tow truck first thing in the morning to take it to the repair shop. When I took a taxi to the Civil Affairs Bureau, Jiang Huai was already there. The queue for marriage registration was packed, 3 lines stretching to the door. Jiang Huai and I, wordlessly tacit understanding, walked towards the completely empty divorce window. 7 years. From initial passion to this tragedy of orchid cause, willow catkin result. How could one not sigh? The staff confirmed our documents, completed the procedures, and informed us there was a 1-month cooling-off period. If we changed our minds, we could cancel the divorce application any time. Indeed, I needed the cooling-off period. I needed to think carefully about how to get the most money from him. With love gone, I needed to secure as much money as possible for mine and Jiang's future. As we got up to leave, I took the divorce agreement I drafted last night from my bag. Take a look at this divorce agreement. If you agree, sign it. If not, we'll see each other in court. Sharon, I promised I'd fulfill the conditions. Why go through this? He took it, looking lonely. To an outsider, this agreement undoubtedly made me look strongly greedy. But the evidence I held made me feel that, given the Jiang family's supposedly lofty status, not pursuing the alimony commensurate with their standing through legal channels was already my mercy. I absolutely wanted Jiang. She's my precious child, bought with my life. I also wanted the house. Without it, how could I provide a stable life for Jiang? And child support was essential. Although I work now and my salary isn't low, Nanny Jiang's wages, and Jiang's various expenses, food, clothes, early learning center, future kindergarten fees, were all huge costs. Jiang Huai signed and handed it back to me. I used to think, as a man, the pillar of the family, I should protect you and Jiang, shielding you from any storm. So I never shared my burdens with you. Now I realize I was wrong. If I had confided my exhaustion earlier, maybe things wouldn't have turned out this way. Maybe we could have faced it together, solved it together, and moved towards a better future. Isn't that right? I took it and put the agreement back in my bag. A winter fan, a summer coat like your deep affection now, after my heart has died, are all utterly unnecessary. My heart was already like a dry well. No stone thrown would cause a ripple. Jiang Huai would never understand how awake a woman can become without the bonds of love. He offered to take me home. I refused. He didn't insist further and drove off. Dark clouds churned in the sky, driven by the wind. It looked like rain. It shouldn't rain today. Recognizing a rotten person and leaving him should be a happy occasion. The mechanic at the repair shop was efficient. By afternoon he called me to pick up the car. After collecting the car, I went to my mother's place, had dinner, and brought Jiang and Nanny Jiang back. Nanny Jiang was busy in the kitchen again. I lay on the sofa scrolling through Weibo. Everything seemed unchanged. Jiang, beside me looking at a picture book, asked, "Mummy, why isn't Daddy back yet?" My heart lurched violently. I pulled her onto my lap and asked gently, Jiang, if mummy and daddy aren't happy living together and have to separate, who would you want to live with? Jiang widened her eyes at me. Jiang split in half. Half with mummy. Half with daddy. You can't split like that. Jiang learned clone technique. Though amazed by the little one's imagination, I said firmly, there's no clone technique. You can only choose to live with mummy or with daddy. Her small head drooped. After a long time, she said wrongfully, Jiang live with mummy. Shadow live with daddy, okay? I naturally knew a child wants both parents together. It's just that Jiang Huai and I were destined to be impossible to continue together. I held Jiang tightly, unable to hold back wet eyes. With the farce over, I returned to my 9-to-5 two-point line life. People are like that. Even if the sky falls, as long as it doesn't crush you to death, life must go on. Life without Jiang Huai wasn't as hard as I'd imagined. Work at the publishing house kept me incredibly busy, leaving no time to dwell on this disgusting things. While fixing my computer, Jiang asked casually, is everything all right? Pretty good. I shrugged, changing the subject. This computer crashes easily. Maybe I should replace it. He hummed. I'll get a new one from storage for you tomorrow. The storekeeper is off today. I was joking. It's not that serious. It basically crashed once a month. I was used to it. Annoying, yes, but probably not serious enough in the boss's eyes to warrant a replacement. Serious or not, I decide that. After all, I'm from the technical department. He grinned. Don't worry, I'll arrange it. Since he said so, refusing would seem sentimental. I nodded and thanked him quietly. Jiang managed the entire company's network system. Fixing computers was like using a small knife for cutting beef to kill a chicken for him. When I reported the repair, I thought the usual technician for our department would come. Unexpectedly, he was busy and asked Jiang to cover. His focused expression as he repaired the computer seemed familiar. Maybe most men look similar when concentrating. Just moments ago, Jiang Huai messaged me, saying tomorrow was Wednesday, his usual day with Jiang, asking if Dad's day could continue. He said, Jiang's custody is yours, but I am her father. I love her dearly, and I want to be part of her life. Please give me this chance, okay? My fingers hovered over the phone, unsure how to reply. I didn't want to see him, that the child is young and needs a father's love. I didn't want Jiang to end up like me, lacking a father's love from childhood, insecure, becoming a person prone to anxiety. The repair's done. It'll restart automatically. If there are any more problems, feel free to contact me anytime. Jiang, seeing me unresponsive, snapped his fingers in front of me. Sister Lee. I snapped back to reality. All right, thanks for your hard work. Don't mention it. The corners of his mouth curved up. I'll get back to work then. He was calling me Sister Lee again. For some reason, hearing him address me that way felt more comfortable. He was 3 years younger than me, his face still occasionally bearing a touch of childishness. Calling me Sister Lee wasn't unjust. I stared at the computer screen for a long time before finally replying to Jiang Huai. Tomorrow, the Early Learning Center has an anniversary celebration event. We signed up last month. It requires the whole family. 9 a.m. tomorrow. Do you want to come along? Jiang Huai replied quickly. Okay, I'll be there on time tomorrow. The next day, as I got out of the car holding Jiang, I spotted Jiang Huai in a black t-shirt standing at the entrance of the Early Learning Center. As we got closer, Jiang saw him too, shouting loudly, Daddy! Jiang Huai came forward, very naturally taking Jiang from me, and gave her a big kiss on the cheek. Sweetie, Daddy missed you so much. Jiang, beaming in his arms, said, Jiang missed Daddy too. But I couldn't muster a smile. Originally, we could have been happy, even if superficially. If we were both willing to maintain the facade, we could have kept the family intact. Even if he sought novelty outside, he could have given our relationship a proper ending, not left behind such resentment. Let's go in. My voice was icy. Even I could hear the sting in it. Jiang Huai was somewhat with great care. Okay. We'd participated in many parent-child activities, but this time I was the most distracted. The program was rich, mostly requiring parents and children to complete tasks together. Although the three of us did quite well, I couldn't genuinely smile from the heart. I didn't regret allowing him to see Zhanzhan. I regretted staying myself. In harmony in appearance but alienated in spirit, couple forced to play games together was more awkward than strangers cooperating. After the activity, I took Zhanzhan from him. He seemed reluctant to let go. "Daddy, when are you coming home?" Zhanzhan asked in her tiny voice. Jiang Huai's expression froze. "Daddy will come home when he has time." "Daddy can't lie." "I won't lie. Daddy will come see Zhanzhan as soon as he has time, okay?" I buckled Zhanzhan into her car seat. Zhanzhan nodded vigorously. "Okay. Daddy must remember to come home." As I adjusted Zhanzhan's skirt, tears fell. "Silly Zhanzhan, Daddy won't be coming home. This place with us is no longer his home." I closed the back door, opened the driver's door. Jiang Huai reached out to stop me. I looked up at him. His eyes darted away. "I just wanted to say I'm sorry." "Don't bother." My tone was flat. I said, "No forgiveness." Then, I brushed his hand off the door, got in, closed the door, fastened my seatbelt, started the car, shifted into drive and stepped on the accelerator all in one smooth motion. Throughout, I didn't give him a single glance. One act of infidelity, 100 times cannot tolerate. I would never ever forgive him. That night, after Nanny Jiang put Zhanzhan to sleep, I lay in bed scrolling through Weibo. Jiang Huai called. "What is it?" But it was a woman's voice, screeching at me. "Li Shiren, have you no shame?" I checked the number on the screen. It was indeed Jiang Huai's. Where did this pheasant come from? Mind your own face first. Did Jiang Huai book you by the hour, or for the whole night? A smouldering fire burned in my chest, and she had to walk right into my crosshairs. "What do you mean booked?" I was introduced to Jiang Huai by Auntie Bai. I'm practically living with them. Hearing this, I knew she wasn't the brightest. "Oh, so what does that have to do with me?" "Of course it does." She sneered. "Since you and Jiang Huai are already divorced, stop entangling him. Making him go to some parent-child activity today. Trying to use the child to tie him down. Think again. Auntie Bai wants a grandson. As long as I give birth to a son, Jiang Huai and I can get married immediately." Miss Zhao, right? I suddenly remember the chat records between my mother-in-law and Jiang Huai did mention a Chairman Zhao's daughter. "He told you, didn't he?" Her tone gained a touch of Sunda. "Listen, Zhao, do you know what a mistress is? Are you so used to being one that you don't care anymore? Otherwise, how could you, as a mistress, have the face to call and scold me? You're already divorced. Yes, we've filed for divorce, but the process isn't completely finished." I sighed. What kind of judgment does Bai Shufen have? Picking someone with barely a primary school education. "You! How dare you call Auntie Bai by her full name? So rude. No wonder Auntie Bai doesn't like you." Do I care if she likes me? Jiang Huai liked me, not only liked me, but liked me immensely back then. I roared ferociously. "Are you proud of breaking up someone's marriage? Enjoying the man I used? You stinking piece of shit who collects junk. Get the hell away from me." After hanging up, I faintly heard Jiang Huai's voice. "What are you doing with my phone?" I felt utterly drained. Although my words were meant to disgust her, it was a case of killing 1,000 enemies while losing 800 of my own. My chest felt tight with anger. I got up to pour a glass of water, then sat in the dark living room for a while to calm the anger within. I had originally planned to block Jiang Huai on WeChat after the divorce was finalized and cut all ties. But now I changed my mind. So I texted him. Dad's day can continue. Whether that Zhao woman saw it or not, she had made me extremely unhappy today, so she shouldn't expect to be happy in the future either. Jiang Huai was overjoyed and grateful for my leniency. Every time he saw Zhanzhan, he devoted himself fully to accompany her, rarely even looking at his phone. This was actually fine. Since I worked on Wednesdays, I didn't have to see him. But I still occasionally checked the surveillance to watch his interactions with Zhanzhan. Watching those familiar gestures, it always felt like yesterday. But the filthy words constantly replaying in my mind instantly brought me back to reality. The Zhao woman didn't bother me again. But Bai Shufen sent me a WeChat message asking to meet and talk. I couldn't even be bothered to reply and directly blocked her. It was somewhat laughable. After so many years of marriage to Jiang Huai, I hadn't even been added to their family group chat. Initially, Jiang Huai wanted to add me, but Bai Shufen politely refused, saying the family group mostly discussed business matters. If I joined and saw a bunch of elders talking about fields I didn't understand, it would be awkward. I knew she looked down on me, and I didn't care. Later, the family group often organized meals. Whenever Jiang Huai told me, I pretended not to know. Over time, the family group assumed I didn't get along with my in-laws, especially since our wedding had invited all the relatives. Although it was true we didn't get along, Bai Shufen cared about face, so she eventually added me. Even after joining, I immediately muted the chat. For small gatherings, I always found an excuse to skip. For large ones, I'd go depending on the scale. Bai Shufen, knowing she was in the wrong, could only stew in silence. I promptly left the family group and blocked all the aunts and uncles who had eagerly added me before. I never thought Bai Shufen would ambush me in the company's underground car park. When her stern face appeared in front of me, I was startled. "When will you and Jiang Huai finalize the divorce?" I found it amusing and couldn't help curling my lips. "Shouldn't you ask your son that?" "Li Shuren, let me tell you, you were the one reaching our Jiang family back then. Isn't this outcome within reason? Don't feel wronged. Everyone has their own fate. Too bad you weren't born into a good family." She rolled her eyes, her face full of dislike. "If you're here to humiliation me, then I won't entertain you. Fate doesn't matter. And I don't feel wronged. My current situation is indeed serves you right. Who told me I'm not the same type of person as your son? If I could also sleep with 3 different men a week, then I'd be a perfect match for him." "You!" She was so angry her pointing hand trembled. "I never realized before how sharp your tongue is. Truly, the dog that bites doesn't bark. Well, first, you have to be human." I got in the car, closed the door, not wanting to waste more breath. Her face pale with rage, she hurried over and knocked on my window. "Li Shuren, since you and Jiang Huai have already agreed on the divorce terms, don't let him keep running over to your place. Xiao Xin is pregnant. If anything happens to the child in her womb because of this, I will not let you off easily." So, that was it. My heart felt as if struck by a heavy hammer, the dull pain making it hard to breathe. "What are you telling me for?" I snorted coldly. "I'd rather not see your son's face either. But I don't know who he takes after. Bastard that he insists on coming to me." I finished through gritted teeth, not wanting to look at her anymore, and drove off with a press of the accelerator. The new woman was pregnant, so the Jiang family desperately wanted me to finalize the divorce quickly, so their well-matched daughter-in-law could marry in ASAP. I accelerated, rolled down the window and let the wind whip my hair against my face. I had never wished so deeply for a regret medicine in this world. Even at a tragic price, I would take one. I rushed straight to Yang Lu's studio and poured out all the grievances I'd suffered these past few days like pouring out beans. She was so angry her teeth itched. That family is really not human. After a moment, she sighed. "I'm lost for words. How can there be such a shameless person? The mistress takes pride in it. The mother thinks her son's affair is no big deal. I've truly lived long enough to see it." Curled on the sofa, my nose tingled with sour and astringent from anger. The love I had for Jiang Huai in the past was proportional to the hatred I felt now. I won't let them have their way. I took a deep breath. At least, not so quickly. The daughter of the Zhao enterprise, right? Zhao Xin. Yang Lu opened her laptop and typed noisily. "This Zhao Xin has quite a few black marks online. Posted during her student days for fighting over a boyfriend with someone. TSK. Who knows if it's true or not? I'd rather believe it's slander, lest it tarnish the reputation of the nation's flowers." "True." Yang Lu nodded. "There are recent black marks, saying she lived sweet with the CEO of a famous company for 3 months. And the CEO's wife exposed private photos." "Hey, isn't this woman?" I leaned over to look. It was a woman with long hair in a black vest, her eyes closed, on a balcony, raising a hand to block the sunlight, an artistic, slightly sentimental pose. "What is it?" "It's the mistress from the day we caught them. The one on Jiang Huai's bed. I even slapped her. Turns out she's a habitual homewrecker." Yang Lu scrolled down. Look, this is the post by the CEO's wife. With wealthy, influential families like theirs, it'd be strange not to have some scandals. If we hadn't practically cut ties with Bai Shufen after marriage, Jiang Huai and I might have made the gossip headlines a few times too. I pressed my throbbing temples. This photo doesn't seem problematic. Unsubstantiated claims are just slander. I despise her, and I can disgusting her by delaying the divorce. But it's not a good method. It's a double-edged sword, tormenting her while hurting myself. Life is truly difficult. Maybe, just let it go. Yang Lu came over, sat beside me, pulled my head onto her shoulder. I care more about whether you'll be hurt than about making them suffer. I wrapped my arms around her neck. If they hadn't go too far in deceiving others, I wouldn't want to entanglement. I'm an innocent person. Why should I jump into their muddy waters? Shuren, you don't need to say anything. I understand you. Yang Lu patted my back comfortingly. If you're tired, sleep for a while. I have a room at the studio. What time is it? 8 p.m. Are you hungry? I forgot we haven't eaten. I immediately got up. It's so late. I have to go home, or Zhongjin will be looking for me. Then I won't keep you. Be careful on your way back. I didn't look back, just waved, finally understanding. A mother is strong. Isn't a compliment but a constraint. No matter how busy, tired, or crash I am, as long as Zhongjin needs me, I can put away my exhaustion in a second and become the smiling mother she wants. If I didn't have to be strong, if I had someone to rely on, who would willing to rush to the front to face the wind and rain? Because there's no retreat, one must be charged. Whether scared off by my cursing or due to Jiang Huai's mediation, Zhao Xin and Bai Shufen didn't bother me again until Jiang Huai and I returned to the Civil Affairs Bureau to confirm the divorce. The process was quick. After signing, I felt relieved. The gloom in my heart seemingly swept away. Today was a watershed. I told myself, let all that passed die with yesterday. From today onward, let a new life begin. Jiang Huai hesitated for a moment. Shuren, can we really only go this far? The staff looked at him, then at me, their expression complex. What, you're the one who had the affair? Used joint assets to send red envelopes to another woman. And now you're putting on a deep affection act. If I were to nitpick, your Miss Zhao should cough up the thousands in red envelope money she received. I deliberately suppressed my anger and said coldly. The staff member's eyes flickered, and any sympathy for Jiang Huai vanished. The light in Jiang Huai's eyes dimmed. He had nothing more to say and picked up the pen to sign. While waiting, bored, I flicked through old moments posts. Even though they were from long ago and not publicly visible, seeing photos with Jiang Huai made me uncomfortable. So I deleted them all. All done. The staff handed the divorce certificates to Jiang Huai and me. I thanked them and got up to leave. Jiang Huai caught up. After all, we were once husband and wife. No hug before we go? I turned and stared at him. If it were me, sleeping with multiple men in turns, would you still want to hug me? His eyes clearly showed pain. He looked away and took a deep breath. I'm sorry. It seems all you can say is sorry. I truly loved you once. I believe that. Maybe you even called out my name while sleeping with other women. Should I thank you for your love? I smiled. Is there anything else, Mr. Jiang? If not, I need to get back to work. Shuren, why do you speak so sharply now? So acrimonious and mean-spirited. You've changed. Could I not change? If I didn't, I'd have been angered to death long ago by you and the mistress. I turned away, unwilling to look at him anymore. I wish my words really were sharp enough to prick you scoundrels to death. With that, I walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau without looking back. On the way back to the company, I received calls from several friends asking what happened between Jiang Huai and me, saying they saw Jiang Huai's Moments post and were checking in. After hanging up, I found a place to pull over and check Jiang Huai's Moments. Parting peacefully, each finding happiness. Furious, I commented, "Stop pretending to be the affectionate character. Drop dead." Then I deleted the chat with him and blocked him. After work that day, I took Zhongjin and Nanny Jiang to my mother's place again. My mother, while holding Zhongjin, couldn't help asking, "Why haven't I seen Jiang Huai come with you lately? Is he very busy? Yeah, he's very busy. Busy accompanying another woman. Tell him to take care of his health. Money can be earned slowly. It's troublesome if his health fails. I know. I revealed a bitter smile. They'll sleep here tonight. My mother gave me an I understand look. I turned away guiltily, not knowing how to tell her Jiang Huai and I were already divorced. Arriving at Yang Lu's studio building, I called her. Bestie, celebrate my escape from. Come out for a drink. Yang Lu, without a word, accompanied me to the nearby pub. We got a small private room, ordered some snacks, and I ordered beer, red wine, and white wine. Li Shiran, are you crazy? Mixing so many types of alcohol is lethal. Yang Lu handed the baijiu to the waiter. No hard liquor. It's been too long since I got drunk. Tonight, I want to get completely wasted. Then go home, wash up, sleep, and wake up the next day forgetting all the pain. With that, I picked up an opened beer bottle, closed my eyes, and downed half. Half drunk is enough. Fully drunk, I can't handle it. Your drinking etiquette is terrible. Yang Lu frowned, her face full of dislike. What? My drinking etiquette isn't bad. At most I just sing. That's when you're 70–80% drunk. Have you forgotten that dinner when our supervisor was leaving before graduation? You were completely drunk. Jiang Huai came to pick you up, and you bit his arm full of teeth marks. She suddenly stopped, realizing she brought up a name she shouldn't have, and changed the subject. Drink if you want. I won't drink. Otherwise no one will take us home later. What about that boyfriend you picked up on the subway? I asked. Hey, watch your words. We met by fate. Understand? It really was fate. Falling asleep in the same subway car and being woken up by the station staff for the final sweep, only you two. Maybe it was the alcohol, but my laughter enlarged. Laughing uncontrollably. Today is girls' night. Why bring up stinking man? She reached out and pinched my cheek. Stop laughing. I stopped laughing, opened a bottle of red wine, and after a few glasses, felt a bit dizzy. 7 years. I sighed. How many 7-year periods does one have in a lifetime? Yang Lu was silent, looking at me with heartache. Yang Lu, don't look at me with that expression, really. I wiped away tears. I'd rather you scold me. Call me stupid. Call me sentimental. Call me. If you feel distressed me, I can't help but want to cry. Her eyes also began to mist. Cry then. Let it out, and you'll feel better. If you need a shoulder, I'll lend you mine. Propping my heavy head with my hand, I looked at her sideways. No need, I have my own shoulders. People are strange. The more you want to get drunk, the more awake you become. I drank 2 bottles of red wine and 8 bottles of beer. Vomited 3 times in the toilet, but still couldn't reach complete drunkenness. Shuren, forget it. Alcohol hurts the body. You know how bad a hangover feels. I've long forgotten that splitting headache. I took a sip of red wine. These years, I've been very happy. He always reported the good news, never the bad. I almost thought our lives had never known sorrow. See how naive I was. Since graduating university, my mindset hasn't grown at all. At this moment, alcohol was a good thing, making my mind feel washed clean, abnormally awake. My mum always said, no matter how dirty the world is, we must keep our original aspiration, kind and naive, to be happy. I snorted coldly. Naive, don't you think it's ridiculous? I knew the alcohol was taking effect. I became wordy and rambling, spouting truth after truth. Yang Lu picked up some bamboo shoots with her chopsticks and stuffed them into my mouth. Don't just drink, eat something. I chewed a few times and swallowed. Not eating, want to go sing. Having a doting best friend is wonderful. She put down her chopsticks. If you want to go, let's go. Belting out high-pitched songs at a KTV is a routine operation for venting. After roaring through one song, feeling thirsty, I asked the waiter for another small case of beer. Li Shiran, you're still drinking. Yang Lu yelled into the microphone, making my ears go numb. Just let me get drunk this once. I opened a beer. Somehow I just can't get drunk today. Maybe because you're drinking alone. How about I join you? She reached for a beer. I swatted her hand away. No, you have to stay sober or who will take me home? After a few bottles of beer, the urge to pee hit. I'm going to the toilet. I'll go with you. Yang Lu stood up. It's right next door, no need. I'm not drunk. Walk a few steps, let me see. Fine, I'll walk. I got up and walked towards the door. Although a bit dizzy, my steps were relatively steady. Not bad. If you can't walk, yell for me loudly. I nodded and opened the door to go out. The lights outside were bright, a stark contrast to the dim room. I squinted, instantly feeling unsteady on my feet, my left foot tripping over my right, stumbling and crashing towards the opposite room's door. Unexpectedly, the door opposite opened, and a white figure emerged. I couldn't stop, closed my eyes and crashed into the person's chest. Because I was charging sideways, the impact was strong. The person retreated half a step, and I was knocked backward. Aha! Instinct for survival made me wave my arms wildly. The next second, someone grabbed my hand and pulled me forward. Finally stabilizing myself, a slightly magnetic voice came from above. What a coincidence! I looked up. The blinding light made my vision blurry. I tried hard to identify, but couldn't place this somewhat familiar face. Who are you? He looked surprised. Li Shiren, you forgot me. I felt embarrassed. I might have had too much to drink. Can't remember right now. I'm Zhao Yicheng. Back in university, I was the first to pursue you. Never thought Jiang Huai would be the one to persist till the end. Hearing Jiang Huai's name, I sobered up considerably. I shook off his hand. It's you. What a coincidence. I'm going to the toilet. Zhao Yicheng, Jiang Huai's university roommate. Initially, he was the one who jumped out halfway, stopped me and Yang Lu on our way to the cafeteria, and asked for my contact details under the pretext of club recruitment. Back then, I was muddled and ignorant, thinking I shouldn't refuse a senior's good intentions, so I filled in my contact details on the form. Later, several seniors successively added me to chat, mostly out of curiosity, exchanging a few words. The ones genuinely interested were only Zhao Yicheng and Jiang Huai. Later, for some reason, Zhao Yicheng dropped out. Jiang Huai persisted in pursuing me for 2 years, gradually opening my heart. Returning from the toilet, I found Zhao Yicheng still standing at the door. Li Shiren, do you know why I'm here today? I shook my head. No. And I don't care. I know you and Jiang Huai are divorced. He sighed. Just got the divorce certificate today. I glanced at the door behind him. He's inside, right? Yes. And Zhao Xin, introducing his new flame to us friends. He frowned slightly. Back then, I went for medical treatment. Otherwise, it might not have been Jiang Huai. It was too hard to be completely indifferent. My heart clenched fiercely, and I unconsciously tightened my fists. Since you know it's over between us, could you please not mention his name again? Those 2 words make me disgusting. I turned and pushed open the door to our room. Li Shiren. He stopped me. Can I have your contact info? No. If you had chosen me back then, I definitely wouldn't have let you lose. I closed the door. Shutting his untimely was full of solemn promises behind me. Hypotheticals are meaningless, no matter how much you talk about them. Men, aren't they all like this? When they love you, they're eager to give you the stars and the moon. When they stop loving you, they quickly announce their new love to the world, eager to you never existed. The song list was full of mournful songs about unrequited love. I sang softly, tears streaming. Unrequited love is sad, but loving, having, and then losing is a suffocating pain. The warmth that once belonged to you forever goes to someone else, leaving only endless despair. At 4 a.m., I finally got tired of singing. Woke up Yang Lu, who had long since fallen asleep, to get down, and we went home together. Yang Lu randomly washed up, put on my pajamas, and fell into dreamland. I went to the fridge, grabbed a bottle of ice water, drank it by the living room window, looking at the moonlight outside. I wasn't sleepy at all. Enough. These self-indulgent emotions have lasted too long. After daybreak, I must welcome a new self. The future is still long. I'm still young. Falling now doesn't matter. Starting over can only be better. It's luckier than falling when old and unable to get up. Although I only slept for 3 hours intermittently and had needles stabbing my brain from the alcohol, I still insisted on going to work. With love gone, I wanted to earn lots and lots of money. Only money could give me sense of security. Zhanzhan would grow up soon, and there would be more and more expenses. I never used to consider these things before. When I was a full-time mother, it was like hiding in an ivory tower, completely unaware of the storms outside. When I first entered the workforce, I met a good editor-in-chief. The department she led had no toxic workplace backstabbing, and I had no sense of crisis. But now I did. No matter when, I had no retreat. I could only rely on myself. I didn't dare tell my mother about the divorce with Jiang Huai either. She had advised me, stopped me. It was me, act arbitrarily, gambling on tomorrow with self-righteous deep love. Now I'd lost the bet. I had no face to confront her. Let's keep it hidden for now, for as long as possible. The computer had been replaced with a new one. I started downloading the necessary software one by one. Yawning, the editor-in-chief came over from somewhere and patted my shoulder. "Shuren, come to my office for a moment." Given my recent performance, I was probably in for a scolding. Sure enough, as soon as I entered, she asked me to sit and spoke earnestly. "Shuren, you seem out of sorts lately, and you've taken quite a few days off." "Yes. There have been some changes at home," I replied softly. "Here's the thing. Next month, I'm being transferred to headquarters. Based on the company's performance this year, you're the only one suitable to take my place. So, I hope in the next half month, you can sort out your feelings and lead the entire department to better achievements in the future." I was stunned. "Editor-in-chief, you mean I'm getting promoted next month?" "Yes." She smiled and patted my hand on the table. "You have a talent for this." I didn't know whether to cry or laugh but held back both. "Thank you, Editor-in-chief." "Why thank me? It's your own hard work." I just reported truthfully to the higher-ups. This was the best news I'd heard recently. So when the love field fails, the career field succeeds. It felt like a brand new life was about to begin. Li Sherman had come back to life. The editor-in-chief was transferred. I was promoted to replace her. And other departments also had personnel changes. The company allocated team-building funds to each department. The leaders decided to have a company-wide celebration dinner, choosing Jiang Huai Hotel as the venue. Jiang Huai Hotel was founded by Jiang Huai's father over 20 years ago from scratch. He came from Bai Shufen's name, Ziyu. When Jiang Huai told me this back then, I praised his father's deep affection. Saying I didn't mind at all would be false, but since my fate with Jiang Huai was over, I didn't want to deliberately haggling as troublesome myself. After all, Jiang Huai Hotel was indeed one of the top-rated 5-star hotels in Y City. Dinner involved toasts and well wishes. I ate and drank my fill, heard many flattering words and said many thanks. Unknowingly, I had a bit too much to drink. Though my head was clear, my eyelids were heavy. Under the bright lights, everything had a blurry shadow. The large private room had a row of street-facing glass windows. Through the gap in the curtains I looked at the sky. The moon was full, the stars bright. "Editor Lee, the editorial department will rely on you from now on." The editor-in-chief smiled, squinting. "One more toast to you, and then I'll take my leave." I hurriedly stood up, raised my glass. "Thank you, Editor-in-chief. I wish you boundless prospects." With that, I downed the red wine in my glass. Someone nearby joked, "She's the former editor-in-chief now." Everyone laughed, including me. The atmosphere was harmonious and beautiful, but my heart felt somewhat empty. I always felt that when life is going well, one must enjoy the moment to the fullest. Moments, there should be a hymn by my side. People from each department left successively. I was the last from our table to step out of the room. My steps somewhat frivolous. I took out my phone to book a ride. "Sister Lee, let me take you back." A familiar voice came from behind. I turned and saw Zhou Yang walking towards me with a faint smile. "Don't drink and drive. Don't drive and drink. You reek of alcohol. Get caught, and you'll be singing the prison blues." I shook my head. I'm so foresighted. Knowing I'd definitely drink today, I just took a taxi here. "You're only a few years older than me," sounding so old-fashioned and dull. He covered my phone with his hand. I didn't drink. The smell is from a colleague who accidentally spilled some on me. Look. He showed me the sleeve of his other hand. There was a patch. Cleaned but still slightly red. Stained with wine. But ... are we on the way? Anywhere is on the way if I'm taking you. He tossed his car keys. If we're friends, don't stand on ceremony. To be honest, taking a taxi alone late at night scared me a little. Compared to a stranger, Joe Yang was much more reliable. So I stopped refusing. All right. I waited for him at the hotel entrance while he went to get his car from the car park. The night breeze was cool, sobering me up considerably. Tucking the wind-blown hair behind my ear, I glimpsed a figure approaching from afar. What are you doing here? Life is more corny than corny TV dramas. I'd silently chanted countless times not to run into the Jiang family. Yet here I was, encountering Jiang Huai. What's it to you? I glanced at him. It had only been a week, but he seemed thinner. His stubble not properly shaved, what looked like scratch marks on the skin near his collar. Sharan, can't you talk to me normally? He sounded feel discouraged. Even if we're divorced, Jianjun is still our shared child. Our connection can't be severed. Indeed, he spoke the truth. The reason I let Dad stay continue was that I didn't want Jianjun to grow up like me, lacking a father's love and security. It will sever someday. You'll soon have new children. I don't want it to sever. He sounded irritable, hands grabbing his hair, brows locked. I regret it. Joe Yang's car had pulled up to the entrance, flashed its lights, then rolled down the window, looking at me. I'm leaving. From start to finish, I didn't properly look at Jiang Huai, just want to get out of this place quickly. But he grabbed my hand. Sharon, take me out of the blacklist. I want to give Jianjun a complete childhood. Believe me, I'm sincere. I shook him off. A complete childhood? How? 1 day of companionship a week is enough to constitute the weight of a father in a childhood. His eyes reddened, almost begging. What do I have to do for you to forgive me? Drop dead. I said calmly and indifferently. If you die, I might consider forgiving you. Actually, I didn't really want him to die. I just felt that the depth of love for someone is proportional to the seriousness of hatred when it turns. He let out a cold laugh. Hey, never thought you could be so cruel-hearted. Sister Lee, what's wrong? Seeing I hadn't come over for a long time, Zhou Yiang walked over. No wonder. Jiang Huai straightened his back. So there's a new flame. What? Zhou Yiang was confused. Yes, my tone softened. I walked to Zhou Yiyang's side, took his hand, intertwining our fingers. Zhou Yiyang's hand trembled slightly, then he squeezed mine gently. Not bad. Changed your taste, like younger puppy-like guy now. Jiang Huai was somewhat sarcastic and weirdly mean. Zhou Yiyang looked displeased, about to speak. I cut in first. Whether it's a milk puppy or a wolf puppy, as long as they're cleaner than you, that's enough. Jiang Huai pressed his lips together, his face gloomy. Yang, let's go. I gave Zhou Yang a sweet smile. My acting skills were really getting better. Okay. He smiled shallowly, eyes bright. Once the car drove away from Jiang Huai's sight, I finally dropped the smiling, adoring fangirl face I'd been fixedly aiming at Zhou Yiyang. I'm sorry. I sighed. What? The guy just now was my ex-husband. I was deliberately disgusting him. I used you as a shield without even asking. Really sorry. I was naive. What was the point? Should have just given him a cold look and left. Why drag Zhou Yiyang into it? Sure enough, a drunk brain doesn't know how to turn. It's fine. His gentle tone held a few traces of laughter. Didn't we say as friends, you'd go through fire and water for me? This small things is nothing. Thank you. Actually, ... After a silence, he hesitated. Li ... Sharon, I have liked you for a long time. I never liked calling you Sister Lee. I didn't dare breathe heavily. Could only stare at the traffic lights ahead. That he had feelings for me, I wasn't unaware. Women's intuition is sometimes surprisingly accurate. Before, he hadn't been this straightforward, so I definitely wouldn't have proactively responded. But since he said it now, I might as well give him a clear answer. Zhou Yang, I understand the emotional impulses of your age. Actually, your liking for me is just a form of curiosity to some extent. It's admiration. He interrupted me. From the day I joined the company and saw you speaking confidently in a meeting, I admired you. Back then, you were married with a happy family. To avoid causing you trouble, I called you Sister Lee. But now I know you're single. This admiration couldn't help but turn into affection. I've had a failed marriage, have a child, and I'm older than you. A promising young man like you shouldn't make me the object of your affection. I smiled, sincerely advising him. You should find a simpler girl who shares your values. Li Shuran. His voice suddenly turned serious. Feelings have nothing to do with any external or internal conditions. They do. I looked out the window at the speeding scenery and sighed. My life experiences are more complex than yours. You dream of wind, flowers, snow, and moon, while I only think about earning money to support my family. Even if we were together, we wouldn't be happy. How would you know without trying? Initially intending to euphemistically let him down, I unexpectedly made him misunderstand. So I had to tell him directly. Zhou Yang, you're really great, impeccable in every way, but you're not my type. Let's just be friends, okay? He didn't speak anymore, focused on driving, but his hands on the steering wheel clenched slightly. I pretended not to see, averted my gaze. The streetlights flickered across my face. I prayed the journey home would be shorter. Finally, at the entrance of the residential community, I signaled him to stop, politely thanked him, and hurriedly got out. He called out from behind. Li Shuran, last time you helped me, you said you'd treat me to a meal. Does that still count? My heart skipped a beat. I had sincerely agreed to treat him, but originally planned to do it after the divorce to avoid gossip. Then the company dinner happened. It counts. Tell me what you want to eat and when. He hummed, behind me. Go on in. It's almost autumn. The wind is cool. Okay. I didn't look back at him, jogged into the residential area. The next day, Zhao Xin called me. Li Shuran, since you and Jiang Huai are divorced, stop clinging to him, okay? I took a deep breath, regretting why I hadn't blocked her number last time. You think I'm like you, with nothing else to do but chase after men? She with a cold laugh. HMPH. If you weren't clinging, why does he keep coming to you? Ask him that. What's the use of being sarcastic and weirdly tone with me? Maybe he's cheapskate, insists on coming to me. After saying that, I hung up and immediately blocked her number. Such bad luck first thing in the morning. I opened the surveillance app. Sure enough, Jiang Huai was playing with Zhangzhen, who was laughing radiantly. He truly cared about Zhangzhen. I couldn't tell if this was good or bad. Since the promotion, I had my own private office, quieter than the previous open workspace, which also made it easier for me to fall into deep thought into a daze. A knock sounded at the door. I snapped back. Come in. Editor Lee. The person in charge from Xingmu's studio has arrived and is waiting for you in the small meeting room. It was my assistant, Zhao Yu. Okay, I understand. Xingmu's studio had its own independent literature website, mainly recruiting resident authors, collecting high-quality manuscripts, and distributing them to various online and offline channels for profit. They contacted me in advance via email. Today's meeting was to discuss and finalize the cooperation model. I took 2 blank contracts, tidied the hair at my temples, and headed to the small meeting room. Opening the door, I found the curtains in the small meeting room drawn open. In the bright light, a white figure stood by the window looking down. Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin? I asked. The person turned. No. The voice was somewhat familiar. I approached, greatly surprised. Zhao Yicheng? It's me. He raised the corners of his mouth. The Lin Peng you contacted is my assistant. What a coincidence, you're in the same line of work as me. Not a coincidence, I acquired this studio a few days ago. He tilted his head. Let's sit and talk. He directly found a seat and sat. So I walked over and sat opposite him. It was a bit awkward. I should have been hosting him, but he turned the tables. What would you like to drink? I said, opening WeChat to message Zhao Yu. Lemon water, if you have it. We do. I instructed Zhao Yu to bring 2 glasses of lemon water. Didn't expect you to be so health conscious. Health is the capital of revolution. He sighed, scared by that serious illness before. He didn't continue, and I felt it impolite to ask what illness, since we weren't close and prying into others' privacy wasn't polite. The lemon water arrived. I took a sip and handed him the contract. Why did you think of buying a studio? To be closer to you. I froze, looking up into his eyes. He had beautiful peach blossom eyes, the tails slightly upturned with thick eyelashes, his gaze carrying a trace of lazy indifference. Stop joking. It's true. He leaned over, took the pen from my hand, and signed the contract. Knowing you worked in publishing, I went and acquired the studio. How did you know I work here? Finding someone is always possible if you want to. It depends on whether the heart is sincere enough. He handed me the signed contract. Li Shuren, can I pursue you again? No. I refused outright, took the contract, glanced at it. His handwriting was strong and powerful, very pleasing to the eye. Hey, don't be so cruel. He leaned back, his eyes fixed on me. I'm serious. Weren't you and Jiang Huai brothers? How will you face him after this? Not really brothers. Besides, you have no relation to him now. Me pursuing the woman I like. What's there to face? A very reasonable argument. I couldn't find a reason to refute for a moment. So I changed the subject. Mr. Zhao, aren't we going to discuss the profit-sharing and cooperation model? Signing is too quick. What if I put a trap in the wording? You'd lose big. I smiled, pushing the contract back. Better confirm again? He pushed it back. I don't care about that. You can have all the profits. That's no way to do business. I don't want to do business with you, Li Shuren. I just want to date you. His gaze was sincere and gentle, making my heart ache slightly. Every man, when initially in love, is the same. They say sweet nothings have the most passionate gazes. But these things are like chocolate cake in the fridge. They have an expiration date. They're fragrant and delicious during the prime time. But once they spoil, they hurt the heart and lungs. Stop messing around, Zhao Yicheng. Falling in love after a long separation. Even spending a fortune to buy a studio to get close to me. This kind of plot only exists in idle dramas. It's so fake. He shrugged helplessly. I admit it wasn't love at first sight when we met again. It was reuniting that dug up the fondness buried from before. He sighed, running a hand over his face. That day Jiang Huai said you were divorced. Do you know what my first thought was? I thought, if I had been the one to win you back then, we definitely wouldn't have ended up like this. What's the use of saying this now? I lowered my head, organizing the contracts. If Mr. Zhao has nothing else, I need to get back to work. I stood to leave. He also stood and grabbed my arm. You haven't changed at all, always keeping people at a distance. He said I hadn't changed, but Jiang Huai had asked me disappointedly why I had changed. I was always aloof by nature. Hollow love words couldn't move me. I was tired of social niceties. In my view, doing one practical thing was better than saying 1,000 sweet words. I'm not keeping you at a distance. I just don't know how to respond to you. Then just agree to let me pursue you. If I don't agree, won't you pursue me anyway? Then I'd still pursue you. He raised his hand, pinched his chin, his long fingers tapping twice at the corner of his mouth. So, what else is there for me to say? I spread my hands. He said seriously, then, if you don't run, how can I chase you? I was made laugh. Couldn't help laughing out loud. Zhao Yicheng, are you done? I really have to go. With that, I broke free from his hand and walked out. Passing Zhao Yu, I instructed, Zhao Yu, ask Mr. Zhao if he wants to eat at our company. You can order takeout for him. Soon. Zhao Yicheng texted me. Not bad. Li Shuren, giving me the order to expel guests already? I never thought you'd change your number and WeChat after graduation. Add me back quickly. Looks like he got my number from Zhao Yu. I opened WeChat, saw a red dot, and accepted his friend request. Takeout? No thanks, doesn't suit my health-conscious image. Let's date Li Shuren. Be my girlfriend and you won't have to eat takeout. My cooking is great. Like me, please. Actually, I'm quite useful. For example, you could use me to crack down on Jiang Huai. That scumbag, don't you hate him? 3 messages in a row. I couldn't hold back. Young Master Zhao, are you that bored? Our company needs a cleaner. Want to apply? He replied. Good idea. Then I can see you every day. Nearing the end of the workday, Nanny Jiang called, her voice lower. Shireen, your mother-in-law is here. Before she finished, I heard Bai Shufen's hysterical scream. I raised you all these years, not for you to anger me. Then a series of crackling and popping sounds of things being smashed to the ground, and Zhangjin's clearly frightened crying. I'll be right back. I hung up and rushed home. As soon as I entered, I saw Bai Shufen sitting on the sofa, face taut. The room was a complete mess. Nanny Jiang with great care cleaning up. Jiang Huai was holding Zhangjin, comforting. It's okay, Zhangjin, don't cry. Daddy's here. Nanny Jiang stood at a loss to the side. Seeing me enter, Bai Shufen straightened her back. Name your price. We're taking Zhangjin. Hearing this, I wish I could raise my hand and slap this old woman twice. Countless curses crowded my throat, ready to burst out. But Zhangjin reached out to me. Mummy! I immediately curved my lips, took Zhangjin from Jiang Huai. Zhangjin, were you a good girl today? Good. The soft, milky voice rushed into my ears, full of healing. Nanny Jiang, take Zhangjin to the supermarket for a bit. I transferred 500 yuan to her. Take your time. You can play in the ball pit too. Okay. Nanny Jiang acknowledged, went to wash her hands, then carried Zhangjin out. Zhangjin had been cared for by Nanny Jiang since birth, so she didn't make a sound when transferred from my arms to Nanny Jiang's. Only at the doorway did Zhangjin wave at me and say softly, Mummy, bye-bye. Making sure they were far away, I turned, took a deep breath. Miss Bai, smashing things in someone else's home is considered provoking trouble, illegal behavior. Do you know that? What's someone else's home? This is my son's home. The divorce agreement is clear in black and white. This house belongs to me now. The house can be yours, but I'm taking Zhangjin today. She contemptuous glanced me, arms crossed, turning her head away. I laugh in extreme anger. Sure, 1 billion. Bai Shufen eyes wide open with anger. You're crazy. Yes, I'm crazy. So, can you leave? Jiang Huai came over and tugged my sleeve. Shuren, don't be like this. Disgusted, I stepped back. You go out too. Dad's day is cancelled. Saves your wife from questioning, and your mother from causing scenes. What? He looked out, then suddenly realized after a few seconds. We're not married yet. Soon enough, I called snort. Can today's farce end? For these broken things, compensate at the price. Jiang Huai's mouth moved, but no words came out. But Bai Shufen, excitedly, pointed at me. You women only care about money. We were right not to let you into the Jiang family back then, or you'd have drained the entire Jiang family dry. Yes, now I only care about money because money doesn't cheat. The next second, they both fell silent. I threw my bag on the sofa and sat down. Standing so long, my legs were sore, my mouth thirsty. So I poured myself a glass of water and drank. Bai Shufen's face turned blue, and then pale alternately. Then she stood, pulling Jiang Huai. Let's go. Shuren, think about it. Zhangjin is old enough for kindergarten. She could enjoy better material conditions and education with me. Jiang Huai looked at me, eyes slightly wet. What better education? The fine education of cheating during marriage and crazy hookups. I grabbed the water glass from the table and threw it at him. Get lost. If you don't leave now, I'm calling the police. Jiang Huai sidestepped, dodging it. The cup hit the door, fell, and shattered to pieces. Bai Shufen was so angry, her twitching of the corner of the mouth. This woman is truly crazy. Let's go. Let's go. They rush out through the door, but my heart couldn't calm for a long time. What immense sin did I commit in a past life to encounter such an shameless family in this one? After calming down, I called Jiang Huai. He answered, asking, Did you change your mind? I changed your mother. I said cold. Those things your mother broke today, I'll calculate the cost and send it to you later. Remember to compensate, or I'll sue your mother. He paused for a few seconds. No need for the trouble. I'll transfer 10,000 to you later. I didn't say anything more. Hung up directly. The broken things weren't worth that much. but I was unhappy and had to let's be very precise about it. If Jiang Huai agreed to pay, he would definitely do it. After years together, I trusted him on this point. Sure enough, 10,000 soon arrived in my account. Checking the transaction history, he had been paying Zhangzhen's child support on time and consciously depositing the mortgage into the loan account. I texted him. We agreed on the divorce terms. Why suddenly fight me for Zhangzhen? He replied. I come to your place every week. Zhao Xin isn't happy, but I can't give up Zhangzhen. So my mother, Nanny Jiang, returned with Zhangzhen. I took her to the playroom. Nanny Jiang cleaned up the fragment and went to cook. Another message from Jiang Huai. How about next Dad's Day? I take Zhangzhen to my place. He now lived with Zhao Xin at the Jiang family home. Letting Zhangzhen go there to interact with her and buy Xufen was something I would absolutely not agree to. No. I know your concerns. Zhao Xin won't harm her. My mother might want a grandson, but she still likes Zhangzhen very much. I didn't reply anymore. Nanny Jiang finished cooking and called me, then went to feed Zhangzhen. Actually, Zhangzhen can eat by herself now. Try to let her do it herself. She starts kindergarten in September. I smiled at Nanny Jiang. Nanny Jiang smiled back. I've already prepared it. Just one more time. She had always taken great care of Zhangzhen, with as much dedication as I, her biological mother. Shireen, a few days ago, I got a call from my hometown. My husband had a stroke. I need to go back to take care of him. I was somewhat surprised. So sudden. This age. Illnesses come now and then. Hard to handle. She sighed with emotion, her tone full of helplessness. This was right when my promotion was still unstable. Zhangzhen was starting kindergarten in a month, and finding a new nanny would require adjustment. Nanny Jiang's departure was really tricky for me. When are you leaving? Tomorrow morning. Okay, I'll settle your pay later. I finished eating quickly, settled her wages. Even though only half the month had passed, I paid for the full month and gave an extra 3 months' salary to thank her for her devoted care of Zhangzhen over the years. She could only thank me. Her eyes moist as she looked at Zhahian, full of reluctance to leave. I turned and went into my room, burst into tears. In my heart, Nanny Jiang had long been like another mother. From childbirth until now, with Zhangzhen at 3, her care for us had been attentive to every detail. A message from Zhao Yicheng came. The moon is very round tonight. I went to the window, looked up. Sure enough, the moon hanging in the sky was big and round. May we all be blessed with longevity. Though far apart, we are still able to share the beauty of the moon together. Li Shiran, it's not mid-autumn yet, but the moon is so round. Do you know why? Seeing I didn't reply, he sent another. Zhao Yisheng, you think I'm a 3-year-old, don't you? With me, you never have to grow up. The last person who said that is already dead in my heart. I felt sleepy, turned off the phone screen, closed my eyes. Another message from Zhao Yicheng. You scare me saying that. I can't sleep. I don't want to die in your heart. I'd rather die in your arms. I rolled my eyes, didn't want to banter further. Life's trivial matters pressed down on me, leaving no mood for teasing. The moon is full once a month like a waltz, always returning to the starting point. But life has no the path back. The next day, I took half a day off, saw Nanny Jiang off at the station, and took Zhangzhen to my mother's place. My mother beamed at the sight of Zhangzhen, but frowned with dislike the moment her eyes fell on me. How long has it been since you ate properly? You're so thin. A strong wind could blow you 10 meters today. At your age, can't even take care of yourself. How can you count on take good care of Zhangzhen? She looked behind me. Where's Nanny Jiang? She had something to attend to back home left. I placed Zhangzhen's milk powder can, feeding bottle, and cleaning accessories on the table. When will she be back? Don't know. She didn't say. Probably won't be coming back. I sighed. I'll find a new, steady nanny in a few days. Don't bother. Finding a reliable nanny these days isn't easy. I quit my cleaning job at the office building a while ago because I wasn't feeling well. When you and Jiang Huai are at work, I'll look after her. Besides, Zhangzhen is almost school age. It'll be easier to manage then. She placed Zhangzhen beside me. I'll lay out a playmat for my little treasure. Mom, you weren't feeling well. Why didn't you tell me? Oh, people our age, minor aches and pains are normal. She took out a playmat and a pile of toys from the cabinet, then came to pick up Jiang. Don't take it lightly. Next time you're not feeling well, you must tell me. Understand? Understood. Understood. You're getting more wordy than me. She carried Jiang to the playmat. Jiang, your mummy is more nag than grandma now. Jiang giggled. Mummy nag. My mother laughed heartily. The wrinkles at the corners of her eyes deep and dense. My tears fell out without warning. They say time doesn't defeat beauty. My mother was a great beauty in her youth, but time hadn't been generous to her either. I turned, not wanting her to see my tears. Mum, I have work, I'm heading out. Not staying for a meal? She called after me. No, just got promoted. Lots to do. As I lifted my foot, I heard her ask, why hasn't Jiang Huai visited in so long? Is he especially busy lately? Tell him to focus more on family. Work just needs to cover household expenses. Family should always come first. I didn't know what to say. Jiang Huai and I had been divorced for some time. In that moment, I thought of many excuses but rejected them one by one. In the end, I didn't tell her. I know, Mom. Back at the company, Zhao Yu approached me, looking like she had something to say but was hesitating. What's up? I asked. Mr. Zhao is here, waiting in your office. Zhao Yu Cheng? Yu nodded. He brought 2 cleaning aunts with him. What? I looked questioningly towards where Zhao Yu pointed. Sure enough, 2 cleaning aunts were working diligently. Actually, our office building had cleaners, but they were responsible for the entire building's hygiene. Cleaning each floor often became perfunctory, never clean enough. We often had to take out our own trash after work. Company leadership had long talked about hiring dedicated cleaners for our company, but never finalized it. Opening my office door, I saw Zhao Yicheng on the sofa, elbows on the coffee table, face propped on one hand, actually asleep. The curtains were open, the light good. His facial outline was smooth, eyebrows thick, nose bridge high, lips slightly curved. Asleep, he looked more childlike than usual. I walked quietly to the window, slowly drawing the curtains to block the increasingly strong light for him. He softly, then slowly opened his eyes. You're finally here, he yawned. I came early to wait for you. Never thought you'd take time off. You could have texted to ask. I sat at my desk, skillfully turning on the computer. Then there'd be no surprise. You think I'm surprised now? I glanced at him. He rubbed his face with his hands. Then what would surprise you? Let me think. I actually tilted my head and thought for a few seconds. If the revenue from working with your studio in 1 month exceeds the revenue from our previous cooperation with Yuchin Studio within a month, I'd be very surprised. PFF. I thought it was something major. He showed a faint smile. I guarantee higher revenue than before. But speaking of which, besides money, is there anything else you want? No. I shook my head. Right now, I only want money. His beautiful peach blossom eyes lifted to look at me. Tell me, how much money would make you be with me? 1 billion. He froze, swallowed hard after a long time. Okay, ... I'll work hard to earn it. What's with the cleaning aunts outside? I asked. Oh, yesterday you said the company needed a cleaner. I wanted to apply myself, but your boss wouldn't allow it. He looked a face of regret. So I had to hire 2 properly certified cleaners from outside. I'll cover their wages, as a celebration of our pleasant cooperation. Thank you very much then. Don't mention it. Your boss cleared an office for me next to yours to express gratitude. I'm quite satisfied. What? I stared at him wide-eyed. You're going to work in our company? Of course. Our cooperation must be with great vigor and vitality. I can't be too far from you. After both parties signed the contract, it was basically just data handover. Their studio sends us good works from their site. Our editorial department proofreads and edits them for online and offline sales. Then we regularly transfer their share of the profits. I knew all this maneuvering was entirely for me, but I felt no waves at all inside. Until transfer records from Jiang Huai to me spread all over the internet. I was hot searched as a top gold digger. and Zhao Yucheng stood up without hesitation to shield me. Did I realize this person was not only sincere towards me, but also very responsible? Only then did I feel slightly moved. Zhao Yucheng knocked on my office door and handed me his phone. Only then did I realize I was trending on trending search. The topic hashtag gold digger Lee SHURAN is insatiable had only 2 comments, but shot to first place on the hot search list. The images included multiple screenshots of Jiang Huai's transfer records, out-of-context chat records, and even the edited recording of me demanding compensation. It was posted by a prominent influencer marketing account, cleverly using ambiguous and leading phrases like suspected, highly likely. Soon, the comments exploded, some were outright abusive, some analyzed the truthfulness, and some were just spectators making harmless remarks. Calls from Yang Lu and messages from other friends flooded in all at once. My head was about to explode. Thought about what to do. Zhao Yucheng's tone had never been so serious. I looked at him, shook my head, and felt tears welling up in my eyes. There were many things I could do, but I just didn't know where to start. Go to the police. His expression was cold, but his tone softened. Do you think I'm a gold digger? What are you talking about? If you were a gold digger, why wouldn't you marry me? I'm much richer than Zhang Yanyi. He stepped closer. Can I give you a hug? Then, without waiting for my answer, he gently pulled me into his embrace, carefully patting my back. Good. I really needed a hug for some strength. Take me to the police station, will you? I'm too distraught to drive. Zhao Yucheng and I walked out. I could hear people in every department whispering with their heads down. Even without thinking hard, I knew they were definitely gossiping about me being on the hot search. Ahem. Zhao Yucheng coughed. Everyone. I know you're discussing that hot search topic about Li Shuran. Actually, those who know her understand it's pure nonsense. Suppressing a hot search is easy, but it's unnecessary because she has decided to report it to the police to protect her rights. That deserves praise. I elbowed him. You're off topic. After he spoke, the whispering in the company indeed quieted down. Zhao Yu stood up. Although Editor Li hasn't been with our company long, those who have interacted with her should trust her character. All of us in the company are one big family. We should believe in our own people, not a few cobbled together pictures. Although we shouldn't comment without knowing the full story, I support Editor Li's legal rights protection. Her voice was soft, but her expression was incredibly firm. I nodded and smiled in thanks, and walked out of the company with Zhao Yucheng, one after the other. After giving our statements, we went out and saw Zhao Xin, stroking her slightly protruding belly, coming toward us. Jiang Huai beside her looked expressionlessly at the ground. Jiang Huai. Zhao Yucheng called him. He looked up, glanced at Zhao Yucheng, then at me, his face full of surprise. Why are you two together? You're with her, so what's strange about me being with Li Shuran? He glanced at Zhou Xin. Jiang Huai hesitated, then stopped. Let's have a drink sometime, I'll explain in detail. He looked at me. Shuran, this matter is all Zhao Xin's fault. She took my phone, edited those pictures, and hired the prominent influencer to slander you. Considering she's pregnant, can we settle this privately? Although time is a good medicine for healing wounds, full recovery is still somewhat difficult. These words from his mouth still felt like a basin of ice water thrown in my face, freezing me into a shudder. Jiang Huai, you're really not human. Zhao Yucheng's face darkened. Yucheng, you don't understand me. Fine. If Zhao Xin admits to being the third party and writes an apology letter for that big V to publish online, I'll drop the charges. My gaze swept over Jiang Huai's face. He seemed to have lost more weight. Dream on. Zhao Xin sneered. Wasn't it you who kept asking Jiang Huai for money? Li Shuran, don't act all innocent after being a whore. I rushed forward in one stride and slapped her hard. Slap. How hard? My entire palm went numb from the slap. Half of Zhao Xin's face turned red. She was stunned. Jiang Huai was stunned. Only Zhao Yucheng stepped forward, held my shoulder, and pushed me back to my original spot, saying quietly, "We're at the police station." How dare you be so bold? The officer who had taken our statements earlier had gone to get relevant materials for mediation. The slap's commotion was not small, and other police immediately ran over asking, "What's going on?" "Nothing, nothing. A little misunderstanding." Zhao Yicheng apologized with a small smile. "Not a big problem, you can go back to your work." "She hit me," Zhao Xin cried, pulling on that officer. "I want to press charges." "Stop making a scene." Jiang Huai pulled her back, growled in a low voice. "Zhao Xin." I tried my best to stay calm. "Being a mistress isn't something to be proud of. You should keep a low profile. As for the accounts between me and Jiang Huai, it's none of your business as an outsider. All the financial compensation I got from him was what I deserved." I took a breath. "I advise you to have that big V delete that hot search before I finish work today, or face the consequences." "You hit me and still want me to drop it. Dream on." "I won't let her delete it. I want everyone to see your gold-digging face." "TSK, TSK, TSK." Zhao Yicheng shook his head. Must have counted all the transfers over 7 years. He stared at the pictures on his phone. "Let me calculate. Only about 500,000. Jiang Huai, you're really pathetic. Your allowance in university was more than that." His tone was slightly banter. Jiang Huai frowned. I said, "You don't understand. Our wedding was indeed grand. Besides the sponsors Jiang Huai found himself, Bai Shufen contributed some funds for the Jiang family's face. After the wedding, she never supported us again. Originally, with our combined salaries, Jiang Huai and I could have lived comfortably. But after Zhanzhen was born, expenses kept increasing. Moreover, I had to stay home for 2 years due to health reasons, looking after Zhanzhen with Nanny Jiang. Car loans, mortgage, living expenses, utilities, Nanny Jiang's salary, Zhanzhen's formula, clothes, toys, various trivial expenses almost crushed us. Back then, after Jiang Huai got his salary, he kept his necessary living expenses and gas money, handing the rest to me to manage household expenses like mortgage, car loans, and various living costs. So, most of the money Jiang Huai transferred to me was used for the entire family. I want to press charges." Xiao Xin's face was ferocious, crying and shouting. "Jiang Huai, who are you helping? She hit me. Why can she sue me, but I can't sue her?" Jiang Huai pulled her back harshly. "Can you stop making a scene? You yell at me." Xiao Xin cried louder. "I'm carrying your son, and you treat me like this." Calculating the time, she must be about 5 months pregnant. From her words, she probably already had the 4-dimensional scan, and someone knowledgeable took a look. "Congratulations to your mother. Got the grandson she wanted." My heart clenched painfully. Thinking of my Zhanzhen, who had barely seen her grandmother since birth, made me upset and confused. Jiang Huai looked somewhat embarrassed. "My mother... Seemingly unable to find words to defense, he didn't complete a sentence for a long time. I said cold. "Before 5 p.m. today, if that hot search isn't deleted, don't blame me for being impolite. Just try." Xiao Xin cried. Tears and nasal mucus. "You think I'm afraid?" Since we both kept our voice lower, the officer who took our statements didn't scold us, but listened gossip. Only then did he speak. "You can choose to continue mediation or proceed with filing the case directly. I'll give her a few more hours." I smiled, then looked at Jiang Huai. "Since she's your woman now, carrying your child, as a man, you should take responsibility. Delete it before 5, apologize and compensate me. If not deleted by 5, I'll return the favor." Leaving the police station, Zhao Yicheng lightly tapped my forehead. "Silly, if you return the favor, wouldn't that give them leverage?" "Then what should I do?" "I'm so angry." I felt discouraged. "Don't be angry. Tell me, how were you planning to return the favor?" "I have a video of him cheating with the mistress." "Stimulate." He grinned mischievously. "Can I have a copy?" "Get lost." I pushed him, both angry and amused. "Can't you be serious? Send me the video. I'll help you return the favor." "No need." "What do you mean no need? I have more connections than you." He sighed. "Don't make me beg on my knees for this." I never realized before how amusing this man could be. "Zhao Yicheng, can I use you?" After I said it, he quieted down, his smile still gentle and bright. The sounds of passing vehicles seemed to vanish into thin air. I waited for his answer in the tranquility environment. He curved his lips. I'd love nothing more. While I was still choose words carefully for posting Jiang Huai's affair video, Zhao Yicheng actually contacted my best friend Yang Lu. After learning the original video was with her, he asked her to screen record it and send it to him. Yang Lu's voice on the phone was excited. Zhao Yicheng is really awesome, you know? A screen recording is much more impactful than just posting the video. It shows the recording time directly. Warmth surged in my heart and I smiled subconsciously. Don't you think he's a bit impulsive? Leaking others' privacy is illegal. So what if he's impulsive for someone he loves? Besides, didn't Zhao Xin do the same? So I sued her. I sighed. Actually, I originally planned to post the video myself. Then Zhao Xin would definitely sue me too. And in the end, we'd probably both drop the charges. I could handle this myself. I really shouldn't have dragged Zhao Yicheng into it. I wanted to use Zhao Yicheng, but not with this tit-for-tat approach. I wanted to use him against Jiang Huai and even the entire Jiang family. Jiang Huai and Bai Shufen treated me so poorly. Not fighting back felt somewhat cowardly. I admit Zhao Yicheng's enthusiasm was somewhat attractive. Originally, when I was with Jiang Huai, it felt like being protected under a giant umbrella in clear weather. But one day, that umbrella moved away from over my head, and I was drenched in icy rain. Despair, cold, pain like countless, a sharp blade that comes out of nowhere flayed me, covered all over with cuts and bruises. Before I could fully adapt to this helpless life, a new umbrella appeared. Sudden warmth easily dried the damp heart. Zhao Yicheng was that new umbrella, with sincerity and passionate love. Zhao Yicheng found a big V to post that video. The topic hashtag the cheating man compensates out of guilt, but the habitual homewrecker falsely accuses his ex-wiffer of being a materialistic woman, quickly shot to first place hot search. Though the topic name was long, its concise words with profound meaning expressed the event's cause and effect. Soon, the melon-eating crowd that had scolded me turned to scold Jiang Huai and Zhao Xin. Zhao Xin's past black marks were also dug up due to the habitual homewrecker label. Zhao Yicheng called. Seen the hot search? I was playing with Zhanzhan, building blocks. Yes, that big V is very accurate with keywords. Of course, see who I found. He's a Y-City gossip celebrity. 99% truth rate in his gossip, no washing it off. His tone was proud, like a child. Daddy? Zhanzhan suddenly looked up at me. Not Daddy. I shook my head. It's Daddy. Yicheng said on the phone. Zhao Yicheng requests to speak with Zhanzhan. Childish. I was amused, but still handed the phone to Zhanzhan. Zhanzhan, an uncle wants to talk to you. Zhanzhan. In confusion, then put the phone to her ear. Which uncle? I don't know what Zhao Yicheng said to Zhanzhan, but she laughed radiantly. Okay, Uncle Zhao. Zhanzhan. I took the phone back. Zhao Yicheng, what did you say to Zhanzhan? That's a secret between Zhanzhan and me. He was mysterious. Zhao Yicheng, I find you really childish. It's up. He laughed. Because truly liking someone makes you childish. He spoke the truth. I had childish moments too. It's a pity that all that enthusiasm was misplaced. Food's ready. My mother came out with a plate of food. Gotta go. My mom's calling me to eat. His tone was light and lively. Okay, eat more. After hanging up, my mother asked, was that Jiang Huai? Is he done with work? Should we invite him for dinner? I'll make a couple more dishes. It wasn't him. He's on a business trip lately. Very busy. I, with a guilty conscience, picked up Zhanzhan. Zhanzhan, what did that uncle say to you? He said, he's Uncle Zhao from another planet. Zhanzhan pouted, thinking hard. He said he likes mummy, will bring me gifts later. I held back laughter. Zhao Yicheng really wasn't a silly kid. But my mother frowned. What Uncle Zhao? I don't understand. Nothing, Mum. Children's words are innocent and free from taboo. Talking nonsense. My mother looked half believing and half doubting, wanting to ask more, but Zhanzhan said in her with a childish, soft voice, Grandma, Zhanzhan hungry. She immediately switched to a smiling face, taking Zhanzhan from me. Okay, our Zhanzhan is hungry. Grandma will get you some meat. Just a bit longer. Once things with Jiang Huai have a clear outcome, I'll tell my mother everything. Jiang Huai called me again. I could hear the helpless in his tone. Sharan, let's settle this. What? Today's hot search made Zhao Xin so angry she was hospitalized. She's still pregnant. It's all my fault. 1,000 times over. Can you reconciliation with Zhao Xin, please? A stuffy feeling rushed up. Jiang Huai, get this straight. It's always been Zhao Xin, and your mother bothering me. Have I ever active looked for trouble with them? What, they can bully me? But I can't fight back. Just because I didn't get so angry I was hospitalized, I should back down. That's not what I meant, he sighed. I don't care what you meant. After all these years together, you should know my personality. I don't like trouble, but I'm never afraid of it. Yes, I know. Recently, they've both been that's going too far. I won't fight for Zhanzhan. My mother was just impulsive. His voice trembled slightly. Actually, I regret it so much. If it weren't for Zhao Xin, I'd do everything to beg for your forgiveness. Our past wasn't fake. Our love was real. He sounded like he was about to cry, but my heart was already icy. I didn't speak, somewhat waiting for him to continue his performance. I read in a book that loving someone means being able to forgive repeatedly. I don't ask you to forgive me forever, just this once. I won't marry Zhao Xin. After she gives birth, I'll cut ties completely with her. I swear. From start to finish, I've only ever loved you. Then, let's remarry, okay? Zhanzhan needs a father. I couldn't describe my feelings, wanting to laugh yet lose my temper. But I said calmly, perhaps you're right. But I don't love you anymore. Don't you understand? Zhanzhan does need a father, but that father doesn't necessarily have to be you. Sharan, don't be like this. He was on the verge of tears. I know I'm bastard, but I truly love you. Jiang Huai, don't you know how much you disgust me now? Belated deep affection is cheaper than grass. I don't care for it anymore. If you don't appeal, I'll withdraw my previous lawsuit. Your faces in the video were blurred. I think I've been benevolent enough. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. Is it Zhao Yicheng? His voice suddenly turned serious. So that's it? With Zhao Yicheng, you can discard my deep affection without hesitation. All these years, how have I treated you? Have you forgotten? Li Sharan, do you have a heart? Do I have a heart? Haha, Jiang Huai, don't you think asking that is nausea so extreme that even nausea's mom opens the door for it, meaning it's extremely nauseating? I remember your goodness to me, but don't forget who was gentle and considerate one moment, and sleeping with different women the next. Do you understand the words, propriety, righteousness, integrity and shame? I knew Zhao Yucheng's involvement for me couldn't be hidden. From what I knew, that big V who spoke up for me had a strong personality, and wouldn't go all out for break news unless from a close acquaintance. Jiang Huai naturally knew that someone like me, long confined to family life, not properly in the workplace, with few connections, definitely couldn't invite this big V. You never understood me, he yelled. Since Zhanzhan was born, your eyes were only on her. I needed money. I had no way out, that's why I did those things. Compared to earning money myself, getting it directly from my mother was so much easier. You don't understand. You only cared about how much Jian's milk powder cost, whether we had enough nappies, how to deal with eczema. You never cared how tired I was. Supporting the whole family's finances alone. Tears streamed down my face. Yes, I admit back then, I had just transitioned into the mother role, my eyes only on that soft little Zhanzhan. How much did I care? When she slept so soundly her breathing was too steady, I'd subconsciously reach out to check her breath, afraid she'd quietly stop. I was in a pathological state back then. I loved Zhanzhan too much. She was the child I bore after a day and night of pain, a narrow escape from death. We almost lost her. I almost died. So I went all out, fully focused, only paying attention to every detail about Zhanzhan, with no energy left for Jiang Huai. So what? Don't you have a mouth? Couldn't you speak? Even if I was distant towards you, that's no excuse for you to cheat. If only we hadn't gotten married back then, he said. Speak each word slowly and clearly, then hung up. Yes. If only we hadn't gotten married. But unfortunately, there are no if-onlys. I blocked Jiang Huai's number. Truly exhausted. How could he say these things so high-sounding? Clearly he was in the wrong, yet felt my not forgiving him was unpardonable. Heinous crimes that cannot be forgiven. He could drift from one woman to another, and I should stay immersed in past memories forever. Bai Shufen also called me. I knew nothing good would come from her mouth, but I answered anyway. You bitch, she said, flustered and exasperated. I sneer. Not as you. Then hung up and resolute blocked her. I finally saw this family's true colors. Jiang Huai, on the surface, affectionate and considerate in every aspect, but there is a dirty soul hidden in the depths of one's being. And Bai Shufen, pretending to be lofty and putting on a show of politeness, but actually be rotten inside theft. Thinking about it, Zhao Xin was despicable, no doubt, but the ones who truly deserved retribution were Jiang Huai and his mother, Bai Shufen. I called Zhao Yicheng. Where are you? His voice sounded somewhat lazy. The sun rises from the west. First time you take the initiative to contact me. Miss me? Not saying. I'll hang up. Hey, don't. I just got back to my apartment for a nap. Send me your location. I headed to the car park. What? He was surprised. What urgent matter do you have for me? I'm a bit. Never thought you'd a day of panic. No, I'm joking. It's just you seem in a hurry. Actually, send me your location, I'll come to you. I took a deep breath. Don't go anywhere. Wait for me. I stepped on the accelerator to his apartment. At the door, I hesitated slightly. I wanted to crush the Jiang family. Zhao Yicheng was the only lifeline I could grasp now. But this was very unfair to Zhao Yicheng. What right did I have to ask him to help me? While I was anxious and perturbed, the door opened. Zhao Yicheng showed no surprise. Instead crossed his arms and leaned against the door. What? Came but not coming in? I stepped forward and hugged him. He froze. Body stiffness. Li Shuren, did you drink? No. He gently let out a breath. Indeed, no smell of alcohol. Zhao Yicheng, I'm here to make a deal with you. What deal? You help me crush the Jiang family, and I'll offer myself to you. Okay? He was silent for a moment. I seem pretty cheap. When you kept me at a distance, I wanted you. But now that you say you'll offer yourself, I'm not used to it. I'm serious. Maybe it's despicable, but at least we each get what we want, right? What nonsense. He sounded displeasure. Not despicable. I said I like you. Using me was my suggestion. It's normal for you to think this way. Yes, he proposed it initially, with a bit of element of a joke. But I took it seriously. I wanted to put this utilize into action, since we would be straightforward and honest about it. If I didn't offer something in this deal, wouldn't it seem insincere? I didn't answer further. Went up, lowered my head and started unbuttoning his shirt. His breathing gradually aggravate. Li Shuren, you're serious? His voice became low and blurred, indistinct, confused. How can I make you believe me? I hated Jiang Huai so much. He destroyed my love for life, my yearn for beauty, my longing for the future. At this moment, I had only one thought. Crush the Jiang family. Make those who hurt me pay the price. He exhaled, picked me up carry horizontally, and gently placed me on the sofa. I looked up into his already slightly red eyes, smiled, and closed my eyes. Li Shuren, never test a man's patience. He whispered be close to my ear. No test. I want to use you. Paying a certain price is inevitable, isn't it? He let me go. I opened my eyes and saw him sitting at the other end of the sofa. Do you think I'm that much of a hooligan? He looked at me melancholic and resentful. Including crack down on Jiang Huai and the Jiang family in my plans is because I like you, not to exchange for your body as reward. I stood up, not daring to look at him. I'm sorry. It's fine. He walked to my side, reached out, and ruffled the hair on my head. I won't let you be wronged. Wait and see. Various online scandals emerged one after another. The love triangle involving me, Jiang Huai, and Zhao Xin was soon submerged. This was just as well, lest my mother hear rumors from others and worry. The cooperation with Zhao Yicheng's studio officially commenced. The first batch of approved novels had been proofread and would be fully listed for sale online in the afternoon, generating profits. But just as I opened the website link, my computer monitor suddenly developed issues, double images, flickering on and off as if infected by a virus. I called Zhao Yu, asking her to see if Zhou Yang was free to fix my computer. Zhao Yu's tone was somewhat surprised. Zhou Yang resigned yesterday. Sister Li, you didn't know. My heart skipped a beat. Any idea why? Not very clear. Seems related to a network security mistake. I was completely confused after hearing it, so I went straight to the source. Why did you resign? He replied quickly. People strive for higher positions, water flows to lower ground. I found a company with a higher salary. Was planning to tell you after finishing the formalities. So that's how it is. My heart relaxed slightly. Xiao, you said you made a network security mistake. I was worried, so I asked. How could that be? My skills are excellent. Zhao Yu must have misheard. He laughed twice on the other end, sounding not at all frustration. Seemed Zhao Yu's information was indeed incorrect. Look, you've already resigned, and the meal I promised you hasn't happened yet. I felt somewhat sorry. No time like the present. Let me treat you to dinner tonight. He was silent for a few seconds before saying, All right, the Western restaurant on East Street. Okay, I'll head over right after work. After hanging up, I looked at the blurry computer screen, feeling Lu's heart. Haven't heard of any new hires in the past 2 days. Zhou Yiyang's position probably hasn't been filled yet. I suddenly thought of Zhao Yicheng. His university major was electronic information technology. Fixing a computer shouldn't be a problem, right? So I messaged him, but got no response for a long time. Called him. Still no answer. Logically, he was in the office next door today. Maybe he went out. His office door was slightly ajar. I gently pushed it open and saw him lying prone asleep on the desk. The black desk made his face exceptionally pale. Stood at the door for a moment, contemplated for a few seconds and decided to retreat. But he opened one eye. Sure. Sorry, woke you. Not because of noise. He stretched lazily. It's because I received your signal here. He made a heart shape with his hands over his chest. You're so boredom. I couldn't help but laugh. Indeed boredom. Don't know how you all can sit in the office all day. His bright eyes looked at me. Starting tomorrow, I'm going to do big things. Never mind tomorrow. Solve my pressing need first. My computer's broken. I thought I'd need to reinstall the system, which was complicated. But Zhao Yicheng glanced at the screen, reached out, pushed the VGA cable connecting to the monitor upwards, and the screen returned to normal. The VGA cable was loose. Nothing else wrong. Zhao Yicheng illustration. I moved the mouse. I casually opened the browser and returned to the topic he mentioned earlier. What big things are you starting tomorrow? You forgot. I promised you I'd take down the Jiang family for you. He sat on the sofa, head leaning back. Zhao Yicheng, I'm a bit curious. Curious about what? I believe you like me, but I don't believe you like me enough to take down the Jiang family for me. So I'm curious. What's the bigger reason driving you to do this? I'm not blindly confident. Years ago, if a young man was willing to give for me without asking about the future, I'd believe it. But after all these years, after all the people we've been through, all the ways of the world we've learned, for me to believe Zhao Yicheng's old love for me was reignited just by reuniting after many years, I do and buy it. Hearing this, he straightened his neck to look at me. Li Shuren, you're always so awake. Yes, I'm always so awake. Because I'm awake, I can better protect myself. And be glad for my awake, which kept me from slitting one's wrists, jumping off a building, and giving up one's life when Jiang Huai betrayed me. I don't want to lie to you. I've always held a grudge against Jiang Huai. Do you know what men care about most? I shook my head. He continued. It's dignity. Back then, I was the first to active ask for your contact info, but Jiang Huai saw it and posted it in the dorm group. He even started a bet, saying whoever managed to pursue you could boss the entire dorm around for a month. During that time, as long as it wasn't illegal or against rules, they had to do anything. He looked a face full of sorrow and resentment. Considering him a buddy back then, I tolerated it. Later, I got sick, was hospitalized, and had to drop out due to surgery and treatment. Afterwards, he specifically came to tell me you were with him. I clearly remember, while I was enduring illness, he bragged to me like showing off a game achievement. He told me seriously, "Xiao Yicheng, you're not as good as me." In my impression, Jiang Huai had always been gentle. If not for him yelling at me a few days ago, I might have forever been trapped in his gentle lies. From then on, I never considered him a brother again. But over the years, our parents had some business dealings, so we maintained a fair-weather friend relationship. He stood up, walked over, and took my hand. "I have wanted to take down the Jiang family for a long time. After meeting you again, this desire grew even stronger. So it's not you using me. I'm using you as a shield for my long-buried hatred." For a moment I felt, actually I had vaguely suspected this. Now that he confessed, I felt relieved. Otherwise I'd always feel indebted. "Then we're really—" I laughed. "Are you very disappointed in me?" He tightened his grip on my hand. "My liking for you is real, not disappointed." I looked directly at him. "This is good. I feel we're equal, not that I owe you something. A friend of an enemy isn't necessarily my friend, but an enemy of an enemy is definitely a good comrade." After work, I went to meet Zhou Yiyang. When Zhao Yicheng found out, he made a sour face, saying, "Oh, well, you're not my girlfriend anyway. What right do I have to care if you date other men? You know best." "Hey, don't be so. Can't you see I'm jealous?" He lightly bumped my arm. "Young Master Xiao, jealousy hurts the stomach. Take it easy." I picked up my bag. "Not playing with you. He helped me before. I promised to treat him to a meal." "Where? Who is he? How long? Will you still love me when you return?" He raised his eyebrows at me. I couldn't help rolling my eyes, but then heard Zhao Yu's voice at the door. "Sorry, bad timing. I'll leave." After saying that, she even closed the door I had opened. "Done for." Zhao Yicheng shrugged. "You realize that too?" I then chased out. "Zhao Yu, give me the documents before you go." "Left them on the printer. Bye, Sister Li." By the time I reached the door, I only heard her voice, didn't see her. "Done for." Tomorrow, the joke about Zhao Yicheng and me will definitely be spread throughout the company with added details. "What documents?" Zhao Yicheng followed me, picking up from the printer. "The Jiang family's assets. Just gathered them, had Zhao Yu print them for me. To take down the Jiang family, don't we need to know these first?" I flipped through them, quite a lot. Hard to bring them down, right? Not hard. Their assets fall into 3 categories: hotels, catering, and real estate. Break them down one by one. I have plenty of methods. He was. Go treat that little brother to a meal. Don't keep him waiting. I raised my fist at him. "What's your wording?" Zhou Yang arrived at the Western restaurant before me, and had already booked a private room. I wasn't feel distressed about money, but booking a private room for just 2 people was a bit strange. But the room didn't have the large round table I imagined. Instead, it was a rectangular dining table with tableware at both ends and a row of red rose-shaped candles in the middle. Zhou Yiyang sat on one side. Seeing me arrive, he grinned. "Did this setup scare you?" "Haha, it's fine." I forced calm, thinking, please don't pull a confession move. It'd be so awkward. "Sit down, Sister Li. I'm going to S-City tomorrow. This dinner is my capricious. I know you don't like me, but I still like you quite a bit." His bright eyes looked at me. Having a candlelit dinner with the girl I like, such a beautiful memory. Let me keep firmly in mind it. Actually, when he called me Sister Li again, I was already relieved. He was just a young man new to society. Maybe he hadn't met many girls, leading to feelings for me that couldn't be categorized as love. The atmosphere was good. He was good. I couldn't bear to shatter this carefully arranged dinner that could be etched into memory. So, after the waiter poured red wine for me, I raised my glass and smiled at him. "You're gold. You'll shine anywhere." Thanks for the auspicious words. The restaurant was close to my home. I had walked there. So after the meal, Zhou Yang very gallantly saw me home and bid farewell politely. It was late. Jiang was already asleep, coaxed by my mother, so I didn't go there. Early autumn, the night wind was cool. I wrapped my coat tighter and walked towards the elevator, only to see Zhao Yicheng leaning against the wall by the elevator, playing on his phone. "What are you doing here?" Seeing my surprise, he remained calm and composed. "Came to check out the neighborhood environment, thinking of buying a place." "Trying to fool a ghost?" "Checking the neighborhood environment at night." "What can you see?" "At night, you can tell if the security is good." He put his phone away. "Seems pretty good so far. At least you can't go up the elevator without an access card. Didn't you get in without one? Seems I need to give the property management some suggestions." "Don't." I scraped in. He smiled, touching his chin. "Mainly because I'm handsome. A kind lady helped me out earlier." "What are you really here for?" I asked. "Can I come up and rest for a bit? My legs are numb," he said slowly, stamping his foot. I felt for my access card in my bag. Young Master Zhao, a man and a woman alone, in the dead of night. Not very appropriate, is it? "Hey, Li Shuren, do you think I'm that kind of person?" "You are." I raised an eyebrow. "You." I could tell he was angered. "Do you know why Zhou Yang resigned?" "You know? Just got the news and came to tell you. And you're not even appreciative." "Fine. I'll leave. From his expression, Zhou Yiyang's resignation wasn't simple. Otherwise, given his personality, minor matters would be settled via WeChat. Beep, I swiped my card to open the elevator, teasing, "Come on, come to my place. I'll brew you some 82-year-old tea to refresh oneself, and you can tell me all about it properly." He followed me in. No, 82-year-old tea? I value my life. So, Zhou Yang resigned because he attacked Y City Weibo's servers during work hours to suppress the hot search where Lin Xin slandered me as a gold digger. Y City Weibo insiders traced the attack source to our company's Wi-Fi and sent people to negotiate. Since Zhou Yang only reduced the heat slightly and didn't willfully delete internal data, after discussions between Y City Weibo headquarters and our company, an agreement was reached. Headquarters wouldn't sue, but as compensation, Zhou Yang had to work at Y City Weibo's branch in S City for 2 years, fixing network vulnerabilities and continuously strengthening network security against potential hacker attacks. My heart felt as tangled as a ball of yarn clawed by a cat. My nose tingled, almost crying. If the company hadn't mediated, Y City Weibo would definitely have sued Zhou Yang. Young and promising, he shouldn't have a criminal record because of me. Heartache, regret. If only I hadn't asked for his help with the surveillance, maybe we wouldn't have had contact beyond colleagues. You don't need to blame yourself too much. Although he did this for you, you didn't ask him to. Zhao Yicheng comfort me. I know, but I feel sorry. As I spoke, I was about to call Zhou Yiyang. I didn't even know what to say, but at least I should thank him, right? Don't call. Zhao Yiyang pressed my dialing hand. He didn't tell you during your meal because he didn't want you to know. If you call now, no matter what you say, he'll feel awkward. Why? Male dignity. He leaned back. Listen to me. I understand men better than you. Indeed, if I called now, no matter what I said, his helplessness at having to go work in S City due to the agreement would be laid bare between us. He'd feel terrible, and all the nonchalance he desperately pretended in front of me would instantly fall apart. Better to pretend I don't know. Maybe that would make him feel better. I looked up, met Zhao Yicheng's eyes, and asked sincerely, "How did you find out? Did Zhou Yiyang tell you?" He shook his head. I wouldn't ask a rival in love for the truth. He tilted his head and smiled. Some adult social matters, don't worry about them. Society is far more complex than you imagine. Cut it out. I glanced at him sideways. Zhao Yicheng, this protecting the other by keeping secrets routine might fool young girls. But I've had a failed marriage. I have a child. Society is complex. Am I innocent? You underestimate me. He chuckled. Still a child yourself, yet you have a child. Li Shuren, I've really missed out on so many years with you. I lowered my head and sighed. People should always look forward. Having a failed marriage isn't shameful. You just misjudged someone, met scum like Jiang Huai. No one's life is perfect. Jiangjin is definitely not a demerit items for you. Don't undervalue oneself. You've always been very, very good in my eyes. Li Sharon, would you like to try being with me? You don't mind, but won't your parents mind? You've never been married. You don't understand. Marriage is a very reality thing. I felt tired. Got up to open the door. It's late, I'm going to sleep. You should go. I don't like talking nonsense. I'll show you with actions. He said be serious, then walked out. Bye, I said, closing the door. Just before the door shut completely, I heard him softly reply, "Good night." Leaning against the door, I listened for footsteps for a long time but heard none. My heart pounded a few times. Zhao Yicheng. I almost fell for him. After a long time, footsteps gradually faded away outside the door. I clenched my fists, gently closed my eyes. I seemed to have already fallen for him. 14. Early the next morning, Zhao Yicheng invited me to the cafe downstairs from the company. Mysterious saying he wanted to talk about the Jiang family. So, after clocking in and informing my supervisor, I waited for him at the cafe for over half an hour until Zhao Yu secretly messaged me. Sister Li, why aren't you here yet? The whole company is gossiping about you and Zhao Yicheng. Yesterday was really a misunderstanding, I replied while heading back to the company. Not about yesterday. Zhao Yicheng treated everyone to coffee and confessed about you and him. What about me and him? If Zhao Yicheng talked nonsense, I'd give him a good beating. He said since university, he's been your flatterer, chasing you every day but never winning your heart. Damn, Zhao Yicheng really has a lot of play. Entering the company, I heard him speak with ease and fluency. Yes, I'm now pursuing the goddess of my student days again. Hope for your support. Don't just say coffee and desserts. If you want to eat anything, just say it. All on me. After saying that, he turned and saw me, silently swallowing. Didn't I tell you to wait for me downstairs? Why are you up here? People in the company deliberately turned away to mind their own business, but I knew they were all listening intently. I walked past him. Inside, he followed me into the office, gently closing the door. Don't be angry. I thought instead of letting the company gossip about us, I'd be open. I'm unmarried. You're single. Me pursuing you is normal. Not angry. Indeed, not angry about this. Since it's normal, why trick me into waiting at the cafe downstairs? Couldn't perform properly in front of me, right? I just wanted to smooth things over at the company behind your back, so they wouldn't tarnish your reputation. So, you tarnished your own reputation first? I held back a laugh. Flatterer. Hey. He dragged out his voice helplessly. There really is something about the Jiang family, didn't lie. Xiao Xin was hospitalized. Heard she was angered by the hot search. He actually laughed inexplicably. Laughter is contagious, I guess. I couldn't help but laugh too. What are you laughing at? Happy that those who bullied you got their comeuppance. He was really something. Emotions able to control freely. Expression management perfect. Slightly smiling as he looked at me seriously. I felt a bit flustered under his gaze, had to look away. No wonder she hasn't been bothering me lately. Next time she bothers you, I'll teach her a lesson. I hit hard. Didn't expect you to hit women, I teased. The law says men and women are equal. If someone deserves a hit, there's no gender distinction. The law also says hitting people is illegal, young Master Zhao. HEM. He cleared his throat embarrassed. I didn't say I'd actually hit. With my weak body, how could I possibly hit anyone? He said, without ceremony sitting on the sofa, head leaning back. So tired. Weakness. Those two words have nothing to do with you. Do they? AEHE. He forced a laugh twice. All right, I need to go out. Remember to eat on time. He stood up. Where to? As soon as I said it, I regretted it. Forget I asked. You don't have to answer. To bring down the Jiang family. He winked at me, then opened the door and left. Zhao Yicheng didn't return to the company by the end of the workday. I ran into him in the car park when fetching my car. He handed me a file. What's this? I rented a row of shops opposite the main branch of Jiangyanyi. Jiangyanyi was the Jiang family's chain catering business. with over 10 branches in Y City, almost monopolizing the city's fast food restaurant industry. You plan to open a similar restaurant? Yes, a price war. He curved his lips. Sounds stimulate just thinking about it. The Jiang family's assets are spread throughout Y City, with a massive capital chain. A price war seems like Arabian Nights. I sighed. Indeed, taking down the Jiang family wasn't simple. Not difficult. Jiangyanese prices have been rising continuously in recent years, already lacking industry advantage. Moreover, their hotels aren't as glamorous as they appear on the surface. Real estate? Even less so. With many external developers in recent years, the industry is downturn. The project the Jiang family recently invested in, TSK. He shook his head. The developer mortgaged the land certificate to several banks and diverted funds to other projects. It's a mess. I was truly shocked at hearing Zhao Yicheng say this. I never expected the usually frivolous and never serious him to actually understand these matters so well, far more capable than I imagined. Regarding taking down the Jiang family, he was truly acting in an orderly manner. I felt a bit guilt. Is there anything I can do? There is. When you have time, choose the shop's renovation style. All according to your preference. The car park lights were somewhat dim. His face against the light looked like an oil painting. My phone rang. It was my mother. Ranran, coming back for dinner tonight. Zhanzhan's baby voice came through. Mummy. Coming back on my way now. The car park signal wasn't great. Intermittent with static. So after a brief chat, I hung up. For the renovation, I'll find a few companies later. Design and renovation in one go. It's a relief. I took out my car keys. I'm heading home for dinner. See you tomorrow. Can I mooch a meal at your place? He grinned. No. I refused, decisive. My mother didn't know about Jiang Huai and me yet. Bringing him home now would be awkward. Ruthless. If you want a meal, I'll treat you next time, okay? I started the car, waved at him. No. As soon as I left the underground car park, heavy rain poured down. The windscreen wipers couldn't keep up. The windshield was vague in an instant. Earlier in the office, looking outside, it was clear and sunny. Never thought it would turn dark. Clouds are rolling, and the rain is pouring down in torrents. So quickly. This weather is really like a scum men and scum women's face, changing unpredictably. There was ponding water under Huaizhou Bridge, but going under it was the shortcut to my mother's place. I slowed down, hesitating in whether to cross. Cars coming towards me sped past, splashing water from under the bridge. So, I gritted my teeth and stepped on the accelerator. When the car stalled, a sense of sadness and desolation arises spontaneously. I knew it. Fate has always been harsh to me. I shouldn't rely on luck because since childhood, I never had much good luck. After calling the insurance company, I dialed 110 to explain the situation. Immediately, 2 other unlucky souls stalled near me. Zhao Yicheng called. Don't go under Huaizhou Bridge. It's easy to stall. Too late. I felt lose heart. Already stalled. Is there an umbrella in the car? I looked around. No. Wait for me. He hung up after saying that. The rain intensified, pounding loudly on the car roof. The water level under the bridge was rising. I should get out of the car. The outside was all white, can't see clearly. To avoid worrying my mother, I forced calm and sent a voice message saying I had sudden work matters, would be back later, and they should eat first. My mother didn't suspect anything, just told me to drive carefully, and slowly if I returned later since it was raining heavily. Someone knocked on the window. Through the blurry glass, I recognized Zhao Yicheng. My heart instantly felt relieved. I opened the door. The coming with a wind directly hit my face, stinging. I subconsciously lowered my head. Zhao Yicheng pulled me into his embrace, then took the coat from his other hand and covered my head. Let's go. My car's up there, he said, tightly holding my shoulder as we walked forward. It was against the wind. Walking was difficult. Raindrops crazy smash over here, painful and cold. Though I squinted, I could see Zhao Yicheng tilting the umbrella mostly towards me. Finally, we got into his car. He pulled out a towel and handed it to me. Dry off. When I got out of my car earlier, some rain had touched my hair. After he covered me with the coat, my upper body was mostly dry. Besides, I was wearing a short skirt. My knees down were already exposed. Right now, only my shoes were wet. In comparison, Zhao Yicheng was the real miserable. Except for his somewhat dry hair, the rest of him was mostly wet, especially his white shirt, clinging to his chest, vaguely revealing chest muscles, making me sorry. I looked up at him. I'm fine. You dry off first. Without a word, he tossed the towel onto my head and started drying my hair with both hands. Really no need ... Next time, remember to keep an umbrella in the car. Check the weather forecast often before going out. He ignored my protest and instructed me seriously. No. I sounded lack confidence, letting him carefully dry my hair. What about you? You're soaked. He stopped, alone unbuttoned the top button of his shirt and asked, Is it sexy? I froze. Zhao Yicheng, you're toxic. I turned my face away, cheeks suddenly red. He laughed frankly. I have spare clothes in the trunk. I'll change when the rain lets up. He then shrugged towards me. Car keys, please. I contacted someone to help handle your car. Without thinking much, I gave him the keys and handed the towel back. He took the keys, pointed at the towel. Li Shuren, do you know what courtesy demands reciprocity means? I took a deep breath, then leaned over, placed the towel on his head, and started drying his hair. Zhao Yicheng, has anyone ever said you're a rascal? Yes. He laughed. Didn't you just say it? I was rendered speechless. Have to put more force into the towel. Hey, Li Shuren, if you keep this up, I'll go bald, he said, grabbing my hand. His palm was broad and warm, covering my hand. Your hands are so cold, he asked. I pulled my hand back. Constitution issue. My hands are cold all year round. The rain eased slightly. Someone knocked on his window, and police siren sounds approached from afar. Zhao Yicheng lowered the window, handed out my keys, then closed it. A friend I contacted earlier specializes in car insurance matters. Where are you heading? Send me the location. I'll take you. Okay. I lowered my head and sent him the location via WeChat. My mother's place. Though the rain had lightened, it was getting dark. Zhao Yicheng drove concentrate one's attention. As if possessed by spirits, I stole a glance at him. His face had clear, sharp-edged and angular, with a chivalrous spirit. How to describe this chivalrous spirit? If transported back to ancient times, he'd definitely be that kind of handsome swordsman with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, a blade of grass in his mouth, a sword in hand, an unruly chivalrous spirit with a raised eyebrow. He dropped me off downstairs, handed me the umbrella. Go on in. If you need a ride anytime, just call me. Thank you. His gaze towards me was blazing hot. I turned, opened the umbrella, feeling sweet inside. As the elevator doors closed, I couldn't help thinking. If I had married Zhao Yicheng back then, would the outcome have been different? As soon as I entered, I heard Jiang Huai's voice. Mum, I'm not hungry yet. Let's wait a bit more. I looked up and saw my mother putting food in Jiang Huai's bowl. It's fine, you eat first. I saved some for Ranran. Mum, I called out, then glanced at Jiang Huai. He saw me and smiled, but I couldn't feel happy at all. Mummy, Mummy. Jianjun reached out from her high chair. Hug. Seeing Jianjun's big eyes and outstretched arms warmed my heart. I stepped forward, kissed Jianjun's forehead. Jianjun obedient. Finish your meal, then Mummy will hug you. She nodded obediently, then started eating in big mouthfuls. Seeing me still watching, she smiled, eyes crinkling. Jiang Huai, come out. I need to talk to you. What, can't wait until after dinner? My mother frowned, glanced at me sideways. Mum, Shirin and I need to discuss something. You look after Zhanjian for a bit. My mother was very polite to him. Okay. Discuss quickly. No matter what. Don't delay eating. The rain had stopped. Jiang Huai and I went downstairs. Jiang Huai, what exactly are you trying to do? I just wanted to see Zhan and you. If you want to see Zhanjian, contact me. Why come directly to my mom's place? I was annoyed. Seeing him made me uncomfortable. You blocked me. How could I contact you? He frowned slightly, his tone low. Even blocked, you know my number. If you wanted to contact me, you could find a way, right? Why? He stared at me. We can communicate peacefully and friendly. No matter what happens between us, Junjun is our daughter. It's because you're shameless. I looked directly at him, furious. Your family has a throne to inherit, so guard it well with the son in Zhao Xin's womb. Stop trying to take Junjun from me, okay? How long will you keep up this ridiculous fatherly love performance? Li Shuren, could you not be so aggressive when you speak? Sure, but first you have to be human. He sighed deeply. I can't out-talk you, but I must see Junjun. If you want to see her, contact me. I unblocked him on my phone. If next time Zhao Xin uses your phone to bother me again, tell her and the child in her womb to be careful. My voice was cold. Jiang Huai was taken aback. You single quotes a bit terrible now. Good, you should be afraid. I won't argue with you. Please go back to your little wife now. I never wanted to see his face again. After saying that, I turned to leave. But he grabbed me. Li Shuren, do you know what marriage is? I don't know. I only know that without loyalty, marriage is nothing. I shook him off. Jiang Huai, you should know my personality. I always believe, once unfaithful, never to be tolerated again. So stop playing the emotional card and lecturing me. It won't work. Find time to remove your name from the house deed. I'll drop the lawsuit against Zhao Xin. From now on, we're even. No more entanglements, okay? Is Zhao Yucheng really that good? He said. Speak each word slowly and distinctly, with a hint of anger. Seems he's been keeping tabs on my life. Yes, much better than you. I really regret not choosing him back then. He was so annoying. Clearly he was in the wrong, yet he thought just because he was willing to return, I should still be waiting for him. It's not too late now. He a slanted smile. So, how is he in bed compared to me? What did you say? Stop pretending, Li Shuren. You're really not going to tell me he just went upstairs for tea and chat with you last night, are you? I was so angry I almost vomited blood. You think everyone is like you, only thinking about the love between a man and a woman. His gaze turned cold. He reached out, grabbed my hair and pulled it back. Li Shuren, let me tell you, if you're going to be a whore, don't erect a memorial archway. I endured the pain, gritting my teeth. On bitchiness, I'm not as good as your whole family, we're long divorced. Even if I want to sleep with any man, what's it to you? Who are you to care? The corners of the mouth trembled. Anyone but Zhao Yucheng. Then I'll specifically be with him. Slap. He hit me, making half my face go numb, ears ringing. Jiang Huai, you bastard. Drop dead. What right do you have to treat me like this? You're the one who cheated during marriage, you beast. Do you have any shame? I hit him with my hands and feet. He, red-eyed, pulled my hair with one hand and choked me with the other. I never imagined Jiang Huai and I would one day argue so heatedly and even come to blows. He had always been gentle, considerate, and obedient. And I had been understanding, tolerant, and docile in his arms. Being choked, I couldn't breathe. Heat seemed to accumulate in my head, swelling and swelling, waiting to burst open. His face became increasingly blurry, terrifying and fierce, yet with wet eyes. Suddenly, a figure rushed over and punched him. Cough, 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 double quotes, fresh air entered my windpipe. I greedily coughed and breathed deeply. My steps were frivolous. Staggering sideways, a pair of strong hands caught me. I looked up. It was Zhao Yucheng, glaring fiercely at Jiang Huai across from us. Jiang Huai, you're worse than a dog. And you're any better. Jiang Huai, emotional excitement, pointing at Zhao Yucheng. You approaching Li Shuren isn't without ulterior motives, is it? Just to have her. Yes, I have intentions towards her, but not chastity as you think. I'm pursuing a single woman in a normal man's way. What are you to interfere? All these years, your personality hasn't changed a bit. What's the use of being arrogant and unreasonable? Still picking up my second-hand stuff. Treating it like a treasure. How laughable. Catching my breath, hearing this, I wasn't without sorrow, but more of it was regretting meeting him, regretting loving him. This world is truly crazy. The person I spent 7 years with day and night. Only now did I see his true colors. Zhao Yucheng silently clenched his fist, but helped me lean against the door first, then walked furious towards Jiang Huai, punching him again. They fought, punching and kicking each other. Watching, I resentfully thought, if only Jiang Huai could be beaten to death. But then I thought, no, not by Zhao Yucheng. He was innocent and shouldn't be involved in my dirty and messy entanglements with Jiang Huai. If only I had a knife now, I'd stab Jiang Huai in the heart, ending all this farce. But no. If I killed Jiang Huai, I'd face legal consequences. What would happen to Zhanjin then? I was confused and sad, finally crouching down, sobbing with forbearance. I don't know how long it took. But someone gently pulled my arm. I looked up. It was Zhao Yucheng. His face was bruised but still smiling at me. He pulled me up and hugged me tightly. This hug was so warmth. I almost wanted to fall into a deep sleep in this warmth. How I wished to wake up and still be the kind and simple Li Xiaoran, whom Zhao Yucheng stopped to ask for contact info. Legs numb, I said softly. Zhao Yucheng hold horizontally me. Which floor? I'll take you up. He paused, then added, I'll put you down at the staircase, so your mom doesn't see me. The corner of his mouth was swollen, a trace of blood on his temple. Saying this, he sounded almost imperceptible grievance. I glanced behind him. No sign of Jiang Huai. Zhao Yucheng said, Don't look. He's gone. I touched my face. Is my face red? Obvious. Red, obvious. He frowned slightly. How about I take you back to your own apartment? I took a deep breath, replied firmly. 5th floor. Take me up. Just out of the elevator, he put me down, then pressed the button. I'm going down, so your mom doesn't see me. He, so proud, because I refused him mooching meals before, to accommodate me. This over 6-foot-tall man spoke sorrowfully. Quite heartwarming. Divorce isn't some heinous crime. Taking a wrong path, can't one turn back and start over? I knew my mother would be sad, angry, distressed, but paper can't wrap the fire forever. She would find out someday. I grabbed his hand, interlacing our fingers one by one. Fingers interlocked. He was shocked, confused. What's this? Didn't you want to mooching meals at my place? My mom's cooking is delicious. When I walked in holding Zhao Yucheng's hand, my mother was so shocked her mouth hung open. The whole person stood there motionless. Auntie, hello. Zhao. Yucheng greeted obediently. My mother stammered, hello. Then I took out the first aid kit, cleaned his wound, applied medicine, and put on a bandage before introducing him to my mother. Mom, this is Zhao Yucheng. He said he wanted to mooching meals at our place. No, ID in single quotes T.nt. Zhao Yucheng glanced at me. Shuren said your cooking is delicious. My mother smiled awkwardly, yet politely. Okay. I'll get another set of bowls and chopsticks. Zhanjin, picking at a piece of cauliflower in her bowl, sneaked a peek at Zhao Yucheng. Zhanjin, I'm Uncle Zhao. We talked on the phone, remember? Zhao Yucheng made a phone gesture. Remember Uncle Zhao? Zhanjin clapped her hands, laughing. Zhao Yucheng felt his pockets, then pried open his phone case, took out a 1-inch photo, and handed it to Zhanjin. Zhanjin, Uncle Zhao came empty-handed this time, no gift. Next time for sure. For now, how about a handsome photo? Zhanjin's chubby, greasy little hand took it, giggling happily. I glanced. It was his university 1-inch photo, with a crew cut, smiling eyes, very sunshine. Only you could think of such a gift. Beauty is justice. See how happy Zhanjin is. I rolled my eyes. You're the definition of thicker skin than a city wall. My mother brought out bowls and chopsticks, greeting Zhao Yucheng. Come, Yucheng. Eat first. The food's getting cold. She looked at my face. What happened to your face? Jiang Huai hit me. I lower my head, picked up some fish. We've been divorced for several months. Then I poured out all the love-hate entanglements between Jiang Huai and me over this period, including Bai Shufen's ugly face, and Zhao Xin's antics of being a habitual homewrecker. After listening, my mother fell into complete silence. The dining room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. If not for Zhanzhen occasionally tapping her bowl with a spoon, I think time had stopped. After a long time, my mother sighed deeply. Good you divorced. The Jiang family was never a good match. Mom, you're not mad at me? I am. Mad you didn't tell me sooner. Otherwise I wouldn't have given Jiang Huai a chance to hurt you. My mother's eyes filled with tears as she touched my face. Why should my good daughter suffer in that beast's family? It's all right now, I comforted her. The hardest time had passed. My nose tingled and I turned away. I didn't want to cry. If I cried, my mother would be even sadder. Xiao Yicheng put down his chopsticks and said in all seriousness to my mother, Auntie, from now on, I'll protect Shuren. My mother with a cold face. With what? With my life. My mother shook her head, smiling. When Jiang Huai was in front of me, he was also willing to risk his life for Renren. And now? He created a bunch of dirty and messy things and still had the face to hit Renren. I'm different from Jiang Huai. Xiao Yicheng's expression was extremely serious. What can he do besides living off his parents? I have my own companies, my own studio. If Li Shuren says the word, I can put them all under her name. As for the rest, wait until she agrees to be with me, then I can show you, right? Stop talking, eat. I put a shrimp in my mother's bowl. Mom, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. If you knew what you were doing, you wouldn't be where you are today. She sighed. Auntie, your cooking is really delicious. Especially this sweet and sour pork. Perfect balance, not greasy at all. Xiao Yicheng took a bite. Can I come mooch a meal again? My mother was very interested in cooking, always loved researching good food. Hearing Xiao Yicheng say this, her expression relaxed, and she started talking enthusiastically about how to make sweet and sour pork. Xiao Yicheng listened with interest, chiming in now and then, not forgetting to raise an eyebrow at me. He was quite good at catering to others' preferences, making my mother happy. Although Xiao Yicheng usually didn't seem very serious when it came to getting things done, he was extremely serious. I contacted designers, discussed several renovation plans and gave them to Xiao Yicheng. He casually picked a simple, clean one and contacted the construction team to start work. In just half a month, the 500 square meter restaurant was renovated and ready for a trial operation. I went to see it once. The light-colored, simple European-style decor was grand and clean and comfortable, a stark contrast to the red and white restaurant of the Jiang family across the street. The restaurant was named Memories of Yesteryear, with the slogan, Prices are back to pre-liberation levels. Indeed, the prices were similar to those of the cafeteria at the nearby middle school. During the trial operation, there was a 50% discount. For 10 yuan, you could get 4 or 5 dishes. Xiao Yicheng was simply acting recklessly. At these prices, not only would they not make a profit, but they'd also lose money. Even at the original price, considering labor, materials, utilities, and rent, it would basically be unable to make ends meet. They could sustain it for a while, but a protracted war probably couldn't outlast Jiang Yuan. After Memories of Yesteryear had been officially open for a while, I mentioned it during dinner with my mother. She shoveled her rice casually. I think Yicheng is quite shrewd. He probably has his own plans. Oh, calling him so affectionately already. I teased while wiping Zhanzhen's mouth. After meeting just once, you're calling him Yicheng. A few more times and he'll be your own son. My mother gave me a sidelong glance. What once? Yicheng has been over several times already. At noon today, he brought a set of imported kitchen knives. They're indeed much better than the old ones. So, Xiao Yicheng had been secretly winning over my mother behind my back. A little small favors, and you're won over? That's not like you, Mom. What nonsense. My mother reached over and tapped my head with her chopsticks. Tomorrow, Zhanzhen starts kindergarten. Yicheng bought her backpack and stationery. Unlike you, so unreliable, probably forgot all about it. I really had forgotten. I signed up for the kindergarten months ago. Later, work at the editorial office piled up. Plus cooperating with Xiao Yicheng to take down the Jiang family. I threw myself into opening the restaurant, naturally paying less attention to Zhanzhen. I picked up Zhanzhen and asked her softly, Zhanzhen, do you love Mommy? Zhanzhen was chewing a piece of beef, mumbling, Love Mommy, forever. I smiled, Such a little person already saying, forever. Do you know what forever means? She spread her arms wide. Grandma said forever is a long, long, long time. Loving one person consistently for a long, long, long time really isn't easy. I could no longer remember the Li Shiran who loved Jiang Huai so deeply. After dinner, Zhao Yicheng brought my car over. Fortunately, the water damage wasn't severe, and the car didn't need major repairs. Originally planned to mooch a meal, but didn't make it in time. He smiled, handing me the keys. Then next time, tell my mom earlier. She'd definitely make me wait hungry for you. I put the keys in my pocket, teasing. Under your sugar-coated bullets, my mom almost treats you like a real son. You're really something, Zhao Yicheng. He laughed. Twice. This is nothing like sugar-coated bullets. I'm just doing what I can. So late, knowing you missed dinner, specially brought the car. Is there something up? He snapped his fingers. No one understands me better than Li Shiran. Cut it out. What is it really? Memories of yesteryear got smashed. He shrugged, the corners of his mouth turning up. Meaning, literally. I furrowed my brows slightly. Memories of yesteryear got smashed and you're laughing. Why shouldn't I laugh? We live in a society ruled by law. Smashing a shop nowadays is like giving away money. I really admired Zhao Yicheng's calm and self-assured attitude towards disaster. Memories of yesteryear was in a mess. Windows, tables, even ceiling lights and surveillance cameras were smashed to pieces. The cause was a fly found in a dish by one table. No matter how much the waitstaff or even the manager apologized and tried to accommodate, that table found reasons to pick a fight, eventually trashing the place and running off. The manager called the police. Unfortunately, the surveillance cameras and the computer for viewing footage were destroyed. Plus, the vandals wore masks, making it harder to solve the case. That Zhao Yicheng majored in electronic information technology. Moreover, opening memories of yesteryear was targeted at the Jiang family, so he had anticipated such incidents. Besides the obvious cameras, he had installed pinhole cameras himself. Although the troublemakers wore masks when entering and leaving, they took them off while eating. They were clever, choosing a spot mostly hidden from the main camera. But with dozens of pinhole cameras installed everywhere, their faces were clearly recorded from all angles. The police caught the vandals all small-time, hooligan with theft records, who claimed they were in a bad mood and wanted a free meal. Hence the trouble. But they didn't order much, and wanting a free meal didn't justify trashing the entire place and specifically targeting the surveillance system and computer. Don't underestimate the police's investigative skills. In less than half a day, the vandals confessed. Bai Shufen paid them to smash memories of yesteryear. With the compensation and a bit more, we can start planning the second memories of yesteryear, Zhao Yicheng said, beaming with joy. Since this emperor wasn't worried, I, the eunuch, needn't worry for him. Then congratulations, Boss Cao. I shrugged, genuinely happy. He suddenly hesitated. What? This isn't like you. Tomorrow is my mom's birthday. Can I invite you to dinner at my place tonight? When he was serious, his eyes fixed on me, as if trying to absorb me whole. Isn't that a bit too abrupt? I was surprised. After all, our relationship was somewhat complicated. I did like him now, but I felt my feelings towards him were an overt exploitation. Yes, it wasn't even mutual exploitation. In destroying the Jiang family, I had hardly contributed. Not rude at all. My parents both know about you. What? Really, they've known about you since university. He pursed his lips. Come to dinner at my place tomorrow, okay? Zhou Yicheng, do you know what taking me home to meet your parents means? I asked. I know. His voice was low. Li Shuren, I truly like you. Zhao Yicheng's family background was comparable to Jiang Huai's. By no means an ordinary family. I didn't know what his mother was like. I was afraid she might be like Bai Shufen, standing high above, always looking down on me. But I was also curious. If I didn't try, how would I know what kind of person I'd face? My life was already bad enough, rock bottom. I had nothing left to fear. Okay, I'll go. Really? He looked surprised. Great. There's one more thing I need to tell you. What? Someone installed many pinhole cameras in the Jiang family's hotels, recording many couples' indecent videos and selling them on illegal websites. Did you have someone install them? I lowered my voice, looked around. Seeing no one, I relaxed. No. He shook his head. I had people investigate earlier this year, initially out of curiosity. Sent over a dozen people to stay in the hotels at different times. Half of the 10 rooms have pinhole cameras. This kind of thing is either done by highly skilled outsiders or by someone high up in the management. Whatever the reason, the fact is there are pinhole cameras in the hotel rooms. Someone will report it anonymously tomorrow. He raised an eyebrow at me. Anything to say? Yeah, Zhao Yucheng, you're amazing. He froze. That's all you have to say? He paused. Once this news spreads, it'll be irreparable. Not only will the Jiang family's business plummet, but they might also be sued by various victims. Aren't you going to me? I sneered. Wouldn't that be perfect? Zhao Yusheng, I'm not a kind person. If others are good to me, I'll be good to them. But if others wrong me, I'll definitely return the favor, haggling over every penny. So, shouldn't you reconsider whether you still want to like me? Really? He curved his lips upward. If I'm good to you, you'll be good to me too? This guy's focus was always unexpected. I nodded solemnly. Yes. But, regarding dealing with the Jiang family, you've been doing all the work. Is there really nothing I can do? There is. He stepped closer. Become Mrs. Zhao. His breath was close. His Adam's apple rolled above my line of sight. Then he lowered his head and kissed me. My heart trembled slightly. My body honestly closed my eyes. His lips were blazing hot, like waves of heat spreading over my lips. My body felt numb and tingly, almost unable to stand. He wrapped his arm around my waist, pulling me closer. I didn't know if I'd regret not refusing his kiss tomorrow. But now, while being awake, I told myself clearly, I've fallen for Zhao Yucheng. I need to clear out those incomplete pieces of happiness that should be buried in the river of time from my heart and let new happiness in. I can't lose the ability to love just because I loved the wrong person. I can't refuse all future redemption just because I lost my original light. The hot search about pinhole cameras found in the Jiang family hotels exploded on Y City Weibo. Police got involved, followed the trail, and uncovered a pornographic video sales chain involving senior management. Although the Jiang family weren't directly involved this time, they still bore joint liability. The reputation of Jiang family hotels plummeted, with some victims directly confronting the hotel for answers. Yang Lu called while I was taking Zhanjin to kindergarten registration. Seen the trending search? The Jiang family is finished this time. Her joy was evident. Heaven should have dealt with this family long ago. Saw it. I counted down the red light ahead. The Jiang family must be in chaos now. Who cares if they're in chaos? The more chaos, the happier you should be. Don't forget how that family treated you back then. I haven't forgotten. But I wasn't very happy at the moment. I am just a bit afraid Jiang Huai might lose his reason and harm me and Zhanjin. After all, he had already acted impulsively once. If Zhao Yucheng hadn't happened to drop me off and not left immediately that day, I might have died from Jiang Huai's momentary dementia. But what does this have to do with you? Yang Lu asked. Indirectly, it does relate to me. Although Zhao Yucheng discovered the facts by a strange combination of circumstances, ultimately, it was after we shared the same goal that this was triggered. Can't talk now, almost at school. I'll explain in detail later. Okay. I'll go home and clean up a room. You and Zhanjin can move in with me for a while. I'll think about it. The kindergarten was bustling inside and out. Parents seeing off their children were reluctant to part. Most kids started crying when separated from their parents. Teachers were busy, sweating. Coax this one, then coax that one. Li Yizhan, from today you're a little kindergartner. Be good and listen to the teacher. Okay. I put the empty backpack on Zhanjin. Mommy, my name is Jiang Yizhen. Zhanjin's big eyes made me guilty conscience. From now on, since Zhanjin lives with Mommy, she'd take Mommy's surname. What about Daddy? Daddy loves Zhanjin very much, but he's too busy. so he won't see Jiangjin as often. Living with mommy and grandma will be happy too, right? I coaxed. She lowered her head, unhappy. But I miss Daddy. Tears instantly welled up. It was so hard not being able to maintain a complete family for her. Clearly, her father betrayed us, has a new wife and child. I want her to grow up with love, to be like flowers and trees that grow towards the sun, to never feel insecure. Mommy, I love you, she said. I really like living with mommy. I forced a Jiangjin, mommy loves you too. I'll be good. She clenched her little fists, saying very earnestly. When school's over, mommy must be the first to pick me up. Okay. I'll try my best to be the first to pick you up. She tugged my sleeve, pulling me down to crouch, stood on tiptoe, and kissed my cheek. Mummy, bye-bye. Then, smiling, she turned and ran to the teacher. I had completed the procedures online with the teacher the previous night. She glanced in my direction. We nodded at each other, which counted as greeting each other. Leaving, often, I wish Jiangjin didn't have to be so sensible. The more sensible she is, the more I feel sorry for her, and the more my heart aches like it's being cut with a knife. I knew she would grow up, but I never thought the one who couldn't let go wasn't her, but me. Even though she was just going to school, my heart felt as if a piece had been hollowed out, empty, sad. Looking up, I saw Zhao Yicheng lazily leaning against my car door. Our eyes met and he waved. Why are you here? Heard from Auntie a few days ago that Jiangjin starts school today. She tells you everything. I opened the car door. You came to see me about the Jiang family hotel thing. Not just that. Haven't decided on the location for the second memories of yesteryear yet. Wanted your input. What input? Just, you got in the passenger seat. So clever, truly worthy of being the woman that I, Zhao Yicheng, like. I stalled inserting the key, remembering yesterday's kiss, my face burning. You're so greasy. Ha ha ha. He laughed heartily. Didn't you drive here? No. I took a taxi. Didn't sleep well last night. Didn't dare drive. His voice was indeed low and slightly hoarse. Don't stay up late if there's nothing urgent. I started the car. I didn't want to. He looked wronged. Missed you too much. Couldn't sleep. I was momentarily speechless, didn't know how to respond, so stepped on the accelerator to the company. Zhao Yicheng didn't come upstairs when he brought me coffee. He reminded me, don't forget, dinner at my place tonight. He said it naturally and ambiguously. I tucked a few stray hairs behind my ear, forcing myself to stay calm. Got it. Before work ended, I took time off to pick up Jiangjin. Got delayed by traffic. When I arrived, only Jiangjin and one other child were left in the classroom. Jiangjin looked wronged seeing me. Mommy, you promised to be the first to pick me up. I picked her up, cooing. Sorry, I left early, but got stuck in traffic. Okay then, I forgive Mommy. A 3-year-old is so easy to coax. Just started being angry, then squinted and laughed. After saying goodbye to the teacher, I carried her out asking, how was your day? Any happy or unhappy things? She tilted her little head, thinking. During nap time, lots of kids cried. Did you cry? She shook her head. Actually, I wanted to cry, but Mommy said to be strong, so I held back. I held Jiangjin tighter. Although, during this time, I regretted marrying Jiang Huai countless times in dreams and reality, I never once regretted having Jiangjin. She was truly the best gift from heaven, like a little angel, capable of healing all the pain in my heart. I secured Jiangjin in her car seat, opened the driver's door, Han just touching the handle when someone grabbed me. I jerked away, looked up into Jiang Huai's indifferent eyes. What do you want? I asked. Was it Zhao Yicheng who did the hotel thing? His face was cold, eyes angry. I straightened my back. Ask Zhao Yicheng directly. What's the use asking me? What's the difference between you and him? Haven't you two been together for a while? He tilted the corner of his mouth, forming a strange smile. Isn't it for you that he's determined to crush the Zhong family? Don't think I can't find out he's just the mastermind, just because memories of yesteryear isn't under his name. Zhao Yusheng's desire to crush the Jiang family wasn't a recent thought. I just became the catalyst for turning that thought into action. Maybe without my marriage, Zhao Yucheng's idea would never have been acted upon. After all, their families had some business cooperation. Jiang Huai, can't you keep your mouth clean? Even if I am with him, so what? You're allowed to cheat during marriage, but I can't accept new happiness after divorce. He put away his smile. Zhao Yucheng isn't answering my calls. Tell him for me. Our families still have business cooperation. If he wants to cheer face with me, we might as well perish together. I didn't know what cooperation existed between their families and didn't dare say much. Okay, if I see him, I'll pass it on. He stared at me for a while, didn't speak further, then turned to open the back door. Daddy! Jiang was surprised to see Jiang Huai. Jiang Huai showed a rare, genuine smile. Jiang, Daddy missed you so much. Daddy, I missed you too. Jiang reached out, touched Jiang Huai's face, looking lost. Mommy said you love me, but you're too busy. Upon hearing this, Jiang Huai glanced at me. That glance was complex, seemingly confused, grateful, and perhaps with a trace of guilt. Yes, Daddy loves you very much. When Daddy finishes this busy period, I'll take you to the amusement park, okay? He kissed Jiang's cheek. Okay. Jiang responded happily, dragging out the ending sound. Then, Jiang Huai took a strawberry lollipop from his suit pocket. Jiang, your favorite strawberry flavor. Daddy has to go to work. Remember to listen to Mommy. Jiang took the lollipop, nodding vigorously. I'll be good. Closing the door, Jiang Huai walked towards me. Shuren, no matter what, Jiang is my daughter. You should let me be involved in many things. I admit I wasn't a good husband, but given the situation, I still want to be a good father. I look down at the fallen leaves by the roadside. A deep sense of sorrow fills the heart. Okay, I'll try. He passed by me, softly said, "Thank you," and walked towards his car not far away. Zhao Yucheng called. I answered, "I'll take Jiang to my mum's first, then come to your place." No. Bring Jiang along. My parents really want to meet her too. You told your parents about me? I was surprised. Yes. I want you to know I'm serious about you. He exhaled on the other end. I like you. And I like Jiang too. I hope my parents can like both of you. What if they don't like me, and Jiang? I won't allow that if to exist. Okay, send me the location. I'll be there soon. It was Zhao Yucheng's mother's birthday. Probably a grand banquet. Bringing Jiang would be good. Whether Zhao Yucheng and I end up together or not, Jiang is my little tale for life. So, I could use this chance to gauge his parents' attitude. If they decision made, I called my mother. Told her Jiang and I were eating out tonight. Didn't specify details. Everything was still unknown. Once the Zhao family's attitude towards me is clear, I can tell my mother as gossip. Zhao Yucheng sent me the location, his home. I paused. Seemed his mother's birthday wasn't a big affair. Probably just invited some close relatives for a meal at home. I felt somewhat anxious. If it were a large banquet, the more people, the less attention on me. But a small gathering of 2 or 3 tables would be completely different. On the way, I splurged on 2 bottles of Mai Tai and a large fruit basket. Maybe in the Zhao family's eyes, these things were nothing. Zhao Yucheng's invitation was sudden, and I really didn't have time to think or prepare a better gift. Mainly given the Zhao family's financial status, they lacked nothing. So I thought I'd just do my best to show respect. Things were worse than I imagined. Or rather, more nerve-wracking. The birthday banquet was only 1 table. Besides Zhao Yucheng's family of 3, they only invited his 2 aunts and 1 uncle. With Jiang and me, only 8 people total. After Zhao Yucheng introduced me, he went to play with Jiang, ignoring me completely. A suffocating feeling like a tidal wave overwhelmed me. I looked to Zhao Yucheng for help. But that guy, while feeding Jiang, was secretly laughing, not planning to help at all. Fortunately, the Zhao family wasn't very gossipy, just called me to eat and drink. Zhao Yucheng's mother had fair skin, beautiful features like a painting, an outstanding temperament, every gesture reflecting the demeanor of a lady from a wealthy and prominent family. The girl Yucheng likes, I like no matter what, she said. My surname is Jiang. You can call me Auntie Jiang. Of course, I'd be even happier if you called me Mom directly. Hearing this, I explained, Auntie Jiang, Zhao Yucheng and I Aren't at that stage yet, ... Auntie Jiang rolled her eyes at Zhao Yucheng. What are you doing? Can you even wean over such a good girl? Zhao Yucheng looked wronged. I'm practically offering her my heart. I'm troubled too. Then offer it. Auntie Jiang laughed heartily. I couldn't help but smile too. Their family atmosphere was so harmonious. Everyone was very polite, kind and courteous towards me. Zhanzhan wasn't neglected either. Not only was Zhao Yicheng feeding her personally, but his two aunts were also teasing her. The entire meal was very comforting. After the meal, Zhao Yicheng carried Zhanzhan and saw me downstairs. Li Shuren, my mom likes you. What about your dad? If he likes you, I'll be jealous. He shrugged, smiling brightly. She calls the shots. Dad wouldn't dare object. Do they accept Zhanzhan too? I asked. Actually, I'm not my dad's biological son. He suddenly sighed, looking up at the moon. But that doesn't stop my dad from loving my mom. I was shocked. Don't lie to comfort me. It's true. He smiled. In our circle, it's not a secret. My dad says that loving someone means loving everything related to them is real. If you can't do it, it's just not enough love. His bright eyes looked at me. I really like Zhanzhan, and I really like more than like. Li Shuren, I think I love you. Tears welled up instantly. Zhao Yicheng. Although you've taken 99 steps towards me, you know what? Taking one step towards you will use up all my strength. I know. He looked at me, his eyes seemingly carved with love for me. I stepped forward, stood on tiptoe and kissed his cheek. I just suddenly wanted to kiss you. But my heart is very confused right now. Can I sort it out and tell you my feelings tomorrow? Of course. He rubbed the hair on my head with one hand. I've waited a long time for you. I can wait a dozen more hours. When you get home, take a hot shower. Sleep well. And think clearly when you wake up tomorrow. Promises are empty without action. I'll strive to do what I promised. Zhanzhan reached out with both hands, held Zhao Yucheng's face, and kissed him. Zhao Yucheng was pleasantly surprised. Zhanzhan, do you like Uncle Zhao? Zhanzhan said in a childish voice. Like Uncle Zhao. Xiao Yucheng didn't trust me to drive back, so he became my driver. Does your family have business dealings with the Jiang family? I asked. Yes. The recently popular Starlight Elm Villa is a joint investment by both families. He answered while watching the road intently. He looked really handsome when serious, sometimes frowning slightly, sometimes lost in thought, eyes always bright and piercing. Maybe, ... forget it. Stop here. Stop here. Don't go after the Jiang family anymore. I was afraid of Jiang Huai's perish together remark. What are you afraid of? His intuition was acute. Did Jiang Huai contact you? Ma'am. He said your families have cooperation. If this continues, it'll be mutual destruction. I took a breath, continued. Not worth dragging the Zhao family down to crush the Jiang family. It won't go that far. His face showed disdain. The funds I used to open memories of yesteryear and play these games with him are from my own company earnings over the years. At worst, I lose it all and start over. As for Starlight Elm Villa, if we lose it, we lose it. My parents can afford that loss. In a couple of days, I'll find a safe place for you and Zhanzhan to stay. I'm afraid Jiang Huai might harm you. Harming me was secondary. I was afraid if pushed, he might harm Zhanzhan. So I didn't object, acquiescing to his decision. That night, I slept very restlessly and kept having messy dreams. Until 3 a.m., I was awakened by fright by a dream of Zhao Yicheng covered in blood. Opening my phone, I saw a WeChat from Zhao Yicheng. Li Shuren, I regret it. I don't want to die in your arms. I want to live in the rest of your life. I was wide awake, got up, poured a glass of water, sat on the windowsill, looked at the distant twinkling lights, and suddenly saw the light. Life is short, only a few decades. Don't be too hard on yourself. Be happy, even if only for a moment. It's okay to lose. Get up from where you fall. If you lose something you like, you can buy it again. If someone you like leaves, they might not come back. So I texted Zhao Yicheng. Zhao Yicheng, I miss you. You didn't reply, probably asleep. I drank the water and went back to sleep peacefully. Zhao Yucheng didn't come to the company. Didn't reply to my WeChat. I couldn't resist calling him. The phone rang a long time before I heard his hoarse voice. Shuren. Are you okay? I'm fine. Maybe caught a chill at night. Have a bit of a headache. I'll sleep a bit more. And I'll be fine. Knowing him, he should have teased me at a time like this. But he sounded weak, feeble and weak. I faintly heard someone not far from him say, "Take this to room 2. It was very soft, not sure if that's what was said. But I felt anxious. Where are you? At home. He probably stretched. What, miss me? Want to come keep me company? His tone turned flippant and insincere. But something felt off. Sure, I'll come now. Hey, why so impulsive? You're at work. Work isn't as important as you. I mimicked his tone. Not bad ... cough cough ... Li Shuren, you've grasped my essence. He laughed twice. I'm really sleepy, want to sleep more. Talk later. Which hospital? I asked. He was silent for a few seconds. What are you talking about? If you don't tell me, I'm blocking you. Really? It's nothing ... I hung up directly. The more he said that, the more something was wrong. I felt irritable, paced back and forth in the office. Normally, people go to the city's people's hospital. If Zhao Yucheng was hospitalized, it was probably due to a car accident or a fight. From our conversation, he wasn't severely injured. Excluding some obviously unrelated departments, searching through the people's hospital would likely find him, right? I was about to head to the hospital when Zhao Yucheng sent his location via WeChat Indeed at the people's hospital. My heart rises and falls. Didn't know how to place it properly. Entering the inpatient ward, seeing him sitting neatly on the sofa playing on his phone, I vaguely thought he was visiting someone. Zhao Yucheng, I called. He looked up abruptly, saw me, smiled pretty fast. Any slower, and a CHU would have finished my discharge procedures. I examined him closely, injuries on his brow bone and mouth. His right index finger playing with the phone was raised, wrapped with a small bandage. Got into a fight? I was acting in self-defense. Was it the Jiang family's people? He habitually leaned back, patted the spot beside him. Come here. Standing is tiring. I walked over and sat. Was it? 80% likely. He grinned. I'm not a rookie. They didn't fare much better than me. Close memories of yesteryear, okay? The hotel incident has already caused the Jiang family huge losses. It's enough. I'm not afraid. I am. I interrupted him. Zhao Yucheng, I'm very afraid. I want to live a good life with you. He froze, took a moment to process. I'm so happy. Brother, discharge procedures are done. I turned and saw a fair, clean-looking young man holding a medical record. Seeing me, he immediately smiled at Zhao Yucheng. This must be sister-in-law. Zhao Yucheng gave him a thumbs up. Kid, you catch on quick. I somewhat felt embarrassed to introduce myself. Hello, I'm Li Shuren. The young man laughed. Hello, sister-in-law. Just call me Asi Chu. Lives next door to me. Been following me since we played in the mud. Zhao Yucheng added. Assisi, from this fight, it seems your brother only has superficial wounds. Why was hospitalization necessary? Hearing my question, a CHU's expression changed. Hospitalization was mainly because ... double quotes. A CHU. Zhao Yucheng's tone was cold, stopping him. The doctor was just being cautious. Said I was dizzy, worried about a concussion. Plus, it was late, afraid of complications, so had me stay for observation overnight. If it were serious, would they have let me complete discharge procedures so smoothly? The latter part was explaining to me. Though he deliberately managed his expression, I saw unease in his eyes. I stood up, took the stack of papers from a CHU, flipped through lab reports. Don't look, Li Shuren. Zhao Yucheng stood, reached for the reports, lowering his voice. Please don't look. His humble and subservient manner made me uncomfortable. I was stunned. He easily took the reports, folded them, and put them in his pocket. Let's go first, he said, putting his arm around my shoulder, walking out. I see you. Get the car. Asichu acknowledged and left. Shouldn't two people be honest with each other? I asked. Can you give me a few days? I had never seen Zhao Yicheng like this, pleading. His former pride seemingly vanished. My heart twitched. Okay. But please don't pull that melodramatic and stupid plot of I love you but have to leave for your own good. I won't stand for that. He looked at me with reddened eyes, then stepped forward and hugged me tightly. You think I want this? I take medicine until I want to vomit every day. My arms are full of needle marks from progesterone shots. Have you ever thought about me? No, you don't care about me. You only care about the child in my belly. I heard people arguing. Against the light. Their faces were unclear. Sigh, another unhappy woman. A marriage not built on love always ends up in a mess. This child is the one your mother begged me to have. The moment something goes wrong, it's my fault. Don't I want it to be healthy? It was your ex-wife who angered me. If you have the guts, go confront her. Who did I become this ghost for? If not to give your family this child, would I get spots, gain weight, have back pain? Jiang Huai, do you have a heart? My heart lurched, broke from Zhao Yicheng's embrace, looked closely at the approaching couple. Jiang Huai's voice floated over lightly. You're so annoyed. Just 3 words reignited Zhao Xin's anger. When you were coaxing me in bed, annoying like a dog, you forgot. Ha, Jiang Huai, you think you're so great. Let's see how much longer the Jiang family can last. Slap. Jiang Huai turned and hit her. Shut your stinking mouth. What good is the Jiang family collapsing for you? If the Jiang family falls, your Zhao family won't fare well either, he said, walking towards the hospital entrance, glanced sideways. Saw Xiao Yiseng and me. Zhao Yicheng quietly put his arm around my waist. Jiang Huai indifferently shifted his gaze and passed us by. Xiao Xin's expression was quite wonderful when she saw me. Eyes scarlet, tears and nasal mucus, bare-faced, probably due to pregnancy preservation. Her complexion was sallow, spots on her nose wings. A far cry from her usual well-made-up and fashionably dressed self. She gave me a fierce glare, then protectively held her protruding belly, dragging her heavy body into the inpatient department. In the car, Zhao Yicheng leaned towards me. I'm a bit tired. Can I borrow your shoulder? I naturally offered my shoulder. Your head is heavy. Can you cook? He asked, his voice tinged with tired. I thought for a few seconds. Yes, I want to eat your cooking. So, I told Asichu the address and we drove to my apartment. At home, I used the rice cooker to make a pot of rice and served it to Zhao Yicheng. He sat at the dining table, propping his face with one hand, helplessness. Li Shirin, when you said you can cook, you meant just, can cook rice, right? I felt somewhat guilty conscience. You didn't ask if I can cook dishes. Zhao Yicheng was at a loss whether to cry or laugh. Stood up. All right, you go rest. I'll cook. He stepped in front of me, reached around my back to untie the apron, then put it on himself. Didn't expect you to be a house husband type. He went into the kitchen, opened the fridge, raised an eyebrow at me. Isn't this kind of me very charming? Yes, you fascinated me. I drawled flatteringly. He threw his head back, laughing. So fake. He cooked in the kitchen. Asichu played on his phone on the sofa, and I sat at the dining table, chin in hand, watching him cook seriously. I'm not one to get to the bottom of things, but I really wanted to know what was wrong with his health. Opening my heart again wasn't easy. Meeting Zhao Yicheng wasn't easy. Loving and not having is far less painful than having, and then losing. Although I usually eat at my mum's now, I still keep food in the fridge for when I am hungry late at night and want to cook noodles. Zhao Yicheng managed to whip up 2 dishes and a soup. During the meal, Zhao Yicheng and I didn't speak. Asichu didn't dare make a sound either, looking at me, then at him, just being absorbed in eating. I waited for Zhao Yicheng to speak, but he seemed seemingly deep in thought, choking 2 or 3 times while eating. Why like a child? Can't you eat slowly? I handed him a tissue. He glanced at me, took the tissue. Li Shuren, do you remember I said I dropped out due to illness in my 2nd year of university? Remember. Just never heard what illness he had back then. Thyroid cancer, he said. Sounds scary, right? Back then I thought I was doomed. Later it was cured. The doctor said wait 5 years. If it doesn't recur in 5 years, the chance of recurrence is very small. So, when I met you again, I was high-spirited and reckless, wanting to reclaim that past regret. As he spoke, tears fell. He wiped them with a tissue. I just never thought, 5 years later, I'd be the unlucky person in that extremely small probability. The cancer recurred. He cried and laughed. Maybe I should thank Jiang Huai. If his people hadn't come after me, I might not have gone to the hospital and found the recurrence so early. My heart felt as if someone was squeezing it, both sour and painful. I know this illness isn't a big problem. With proper treatment, it can be cured. So what if it recurred? Humans can conquer nature, right? I comforted him. The more I spoke, the more I wanted to cry. No wonder he was often drowsiness. Had an unusual complexion, hoarse voice, choked while eating. There were signs, but no one paid attention. Maybe it's never truly curable. He shook his head. Even though you said you won't stand for it, I still have to ask. Would you be willing to accompany me towards an uncertain future? I would. As long as it's you. The future is certain. After this day, Zhao Yucheng seemed pumped. Not only did he actively cooperate with doctors' treatments, but he also worked on his career extremely serious. He sold his original game development company and invested all assets into Memories of Yesteryear. Suddenly, Memories of Yesteryear became famous in Y City. Jiang Huai lost more and more customers, on the verge of closing down. He found me a place with stricter security than my current residence. Afraid Jiang Huai might harm me. But I knew even if Jiang Huai no longer loved me, his love for Zhenjian was real. He wouldn't harm us. So I politely declined. Now, the one who needed to be careful was Zhao Yucheng himself. Zhao Xin was hospitalized for pregnancy preservation, so Jiang Huai often came to see Zhenjian. It was clear he was very relaxed with her. Shuren, you don't know how much I regret it. He often said this intentionally or unintentionally, but it couldn't move me one bit. The day Zhao Xin's child was born, Zhao Yucheng's parents, Union other investors of Starlight Elm Villa, sued the Jiang family. After filing, it was found that the Jiang family suspected misappropriation Starlight Elm Villa project funds, causing construction delays, even suspension of work. Homeowners who had already purchased apartments protested. Suddenly, the Jiang family became everyone's shouts to beat them. The Jiang family had to transfer over a dozen Jiang Huai branches in Y City to recoup funds to fill Starlight Elm Villa's financial gap. Construction resumed. Although the issue was resolved and the financial gap filled, both Bai Shufan and her husband violated the law and had to face court investigation, facing imprisonment after being sentenced. News about the Jiang family was broadcast on Y City TV for 3 consecutive days. During this time, Jiang Huai called me, hoping I could persuade the Zhao family to let his parents off. Not to mention I had no compassion for Bai Shufan. Even if I did, how could I influence Zhao Yucheng's parents' decisions? Perhaps Jiang Huai felt just calling me wasn't enough to show his filial piety, so he came to my apartment and knelt. Shuren, I wronged you. You're close to the Zhao family. Can you ask them to spare my parents? He bowed his head in a tearful voice. My mother is already hospitalized with heart palpitations. She's old. Do you really want her to go to jail? After all, she's Zhenjian's grandmother. This blood bond can't be severed. I sat on the sofa unmoved. This is a grudge between your Jiang and Zhao families. Telling me is useless. Not mentioning Bai Shufan was fine. Mentioning her made me feel nausea from the bottom of my heart. From my pregnancy to childbirth and confinement, she never visited me once. If I had to say she was involved, it was when she gave Zhenjian a pair of gold bracelets for her first birthday. But that little kindness was far outweighed by her insult, indifference, contempt towards me. You've changed completely. Jiang Huai stood up, almost stumbling. I slowly took a sip of water from the coffee table. I've never changed. I've always only cared about those who care about me. Jiang Huai, throughout university, you were my ideal. Later, marrying you as your wishes, I truly felt I was the happiest woman in the world. But you didn't cherish me. You took my kindness does not contend as a chip for your continuous mistakes. From start to finish, it was you who disappointed me. I don't owe the Jiang family anything. He closed his eyes, stroked his forehead, looking pained. It's me. I'm sorry. Don't harm Zhao Yucheng anymore. I paused. In a society ruled by law, it won't do any good either. He nodded with wet eyes. Okay. Then turned and walked out. Jiang family hotels, due to public opinion, saw business plummet, couldn't sustain, and were put up for transfer. But no one took over for a long time. After Jiang Yanyi closed, rent under contract and workers' wages were also significant sums. So the Jiang family declared bankruptcy, sold properties for relevant compensation. News channels kept reporting on the Jiang family. From Y City's corporate giant to ordinary citizens in just a few months, one couldn't help but sigh. The Starlight Elm Villa case was dropped as the plaintiff withdrew the lawsuit. Bai Shufen and her husband, released, made their first appearance. Both had lost weight, especially Bai Shufen, her cheeks sunken. They were silent facing the camera, eyes empty and lifeless. They were so proud. This ordeal must have been very painful. Jiang Huai specially texted me thanks. I was no idea why it is so went to ask Zhao Yucheng. Did your parents withdraw the lawsuit? Mem, I asked them to. Why? I was great surprise. Their family sent people after you multiple times. You ... for Zhanzhen. What? If Zhanzhen's grandparents have a criminal record, it could affect her future. Maybe Zhanzhen wants to be a civil servant and serve the country, right? I stood still, unable to describe the surge and roll in my heart. Zhao Yucheng truly loved me, always considering me and Zhanzhen in everything, doing far more than speaking. Why silent? He looked up at me. You say double quotes, tears fell unexpectedly. Are we doing something bad? You mean crushing the Jiang family? He took a tissue, walked to me. Don't cry. The Jiang family was already like an empty shell. I just gave it a push with a gust of wind. Also, Li Sharan, in the future, whether you want to do good or bad, remember, I'm always on your side. ... forever. I couldn't hold back anymore. Threw myself into his arms, cry loudly. Zhao Yucheng, marry me. Come travel with me, okay? He held me. When we return, I'll have the surgery. If it's successful, I'll marry you. Later, I texted Jiang Huai that withdrawing the lawsuit against his parents was Zhao Yucheng's idea. For Zhanzhen. He didn't reply, but it didn't matter anymore. Whether he was grateful or resentful, I wouldn't care. In the future, I just want to love Zhao Yucheng well and guard my happiness. Yang Lu called while Zhao Yucheng and I were holding Zhanzhen's hands, stepping in the water by the sea. What's up? Big gossip in Y City? You knew? Yang Lu exclaimed. Do you know who it's about? From your excitement, must be your rival in loves? No, she sounded eager. It's about Zhao Xin and Jiang Huai. You know, their child was diagnosed with cerebral palsy. Zhao Xin was crying bitterly on the rooftop late at night with the child, threatening to jump. My heart lurched violently. I subconsciously tightened my grip on Zhanzhen's hand. Mommy, you're hurting me. Zhanzhen pouted. Sorry, Mommy didn't notice. Zhao Yucheng picked up Zhanzhen. Daddy's better, right? Daddy will buy you yummy food. Hey, don't take advantage of Zhanzhen. But Zhanzhen ignored me, covering her mouth, giggling Zixi, calling out crisp. Daddy. Then Jiang Huai went crazy, pulling Zhao Xin, saying, You want to jump? Let's jump together, die together. Yang Lu continued on the phone. You know what this is? It's evil is rewarded with evil. Those two bitch and bastards should be locked together. Stop being a scourge others. Yang Lu, you know, when you're surrounded by happiness, you can't bother with the disgusting things around you anymore. Jiang Huai is in the past. I won't let myself be trapped there. I heard Zhao Yucheng calling behind me. Li Sharan. I heard Zhao Yucheng calling. You're happy. And I'm happy too. Yang Lu's tone was lively and light. Go ahead, have fun. Zhao Yucheng yelled again. Wife, come here quickly. I was both angry and amused, turned and yelled back. If you keep taking advantage, I'll marry you on the spot right now. Zhao Yucheng and I were 5 meters apart. He looked at me from afar, then after a long time shouted, I'd love nothing more.
2. The hospital air was cold. I leaned against the equally cold wall, watching the red surgery in progress sign in the distance. Although the doctor said Zhao Yucheng's thyroid cancer recurrence was somewhat unexpectedly. Fortunately, it was a local recurrence, not critical, and the surgery wasn't major. But my heart was still in my throat. Zhao Yucheng's parents sat anxiously outside the operating room. I didn't dare approach. Zhao Yucheng's clean, smiling face appeared before my eyes, bringing a touch of joy. He might not see me first when he woke up, but I hoped I would be the one accompanying him for the rest of his life. Someone tapped me from behind. I turned and saw Jiang Huai, a fragile smile on his corner of the mouth. What a coincidence! T's voice was full of tired. He glanced at Xiao Xin, coaxing the child not far away. Ah, yes. I instinctively stepped back half a step. Fortunately, the wall was behind me, so I had to move to the right. Can we talk? He asked with great care, looking pitiful. What else is there to talk about between us, Thee? After all, we loved each once. He tilted his head and smiled bitterly. If I had known it would be like this, I would never have done those things to hurt you. Talking about this is meaningless. If you truly regret it, find a way to compensate. I looked at him. Find time to go to the property bureau with me to remove your name from the deed. And Zhongzhen's child support even. If your family is bankrupt, you need to pay me on time. He looked at me deeply, his expression complex. Maybe he couldn't accept that now. Between him and me, besides money, there was nothing left to discuss. After all, when I was determined to marry him back then, I never cared about his family background and never took a penny from his family after marriage. Don't worry, before I leave Y City, I'll handle the house matter. You're leaving. I was somewhat surprised. And leaving for a while. He took a deep breath. You've probably heard about me and Zhao Xin from various sources. The child was diagnosed with cerebral palsy at over 3 months. We want to take him to a big city for treatment. Early treatment is better. We don't expect him to achieve much, just hope he can be self-reliant in the future. I nodded. Good luck to you. I never thought the person I once shared intimacy with would become so strange and distant. Zhao Yucheng is ruthless. He smiled. Many in the industry knew our family's business was already an empty shell, but with some effort, it might have recovered. Never thought he'd not only bet his own assets, but also his parents' company's reputation. The goal was achieved, but probably not many would want to cooperate with his parents anymore, right? He said this icily, not sarcastic or hateful. 2. Putting aside personal grudges, for him to take revenge at all costs our family, he must love you deeply. He emotion. That's good. He glanced at my hand. Hasn't he bought you a ring yet? Our hands are so pretty, very suitable for wearing a ring. I clasped my hands. Not important. As long as he is well, other material things are truly unimportant. Right. Jiang Huai took out his wallet, pulled a 1-inch photo from the compartment, and handed it to me. This fell by your desk when I was pursuing you back then. I picked it up and put it in my wallet. He looked somewhat sorry. All these years, I've changed wallets countless times, but I had to carry your photo with me to feel peace of mind. I didn't know what to say. He truly loved me back then, but now, after my heart died, looking back at this relationship, no scenario could move me anymore. Now, it's time to return it to you. His eyes were wet. I'm sorry, I lost you. I took the photo. B. The me in the photo was green and innocent, untouched by the world, eyes bright as if filled with stars. It's okay, I forgive you. I put the photo in my bag. Fate has been kind to me. I lost you but gained Zhao Yu thoughts. I thought I would hate him forever, but meeting today, I realized I couldn't hate him anymore. A person's emotions are limited. I poured all of mine into Zhao Yucheng. No energy left to spare for people who are irrelevant. Before I finished, Zhao Yucheng called Zhuren, I miss you. His voice was tearful, heartbreaking. Okay, I'm coming right away. Hanging up, I met Jiang Huai's eyes. Mr. Jiang, let's not mention the past anymore. I wish you happiness. Then I turned and ran towards the operating room. Seeing the door wide open and Zhao Yucheng's parents gone, I knew they must have returned to the room. As soon as I reached the room door, Auntie Jiang came out. Run, where were you just now? Yu Chang was about to cry when he didn't see you after coming out. I was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Auntie, I just went to the restroom. Shu and Zhao Yicheng looked at me with innocent eyes. Woo, ... double quotes. Auntie Jiang and Uncle were greatly surprised seeing him like this, but quickly regained composure. Well, Ranron, your uncle and I will go buy some food. You and Yu Cheng chat properly. After exchanging glances, they tacitly retreated. I finally laughed. Zhao, Yu Cheng, you're so grown up. Can't you stop with the crying and sobbing act? I don't care. He reached out, his voice hoarse. During surgery, I dreamed you left with Jiang Huai. Do you know how sad I was? Am I the type to eat the grass I had turned away from? I stepped forward, holding his hand. He shook his head, his dark eyes as if trying to absorb me. Don't eat grass. Eat me, okay? I grinned. Hai grabbed his hand and bit down. Hey, ouch you really, bit. I touched the shallow tooth marks on the web of his hand. Not playing with you anymore. From now on, don't talk. If your voice is ruined, I won't want you. He immediately shut up, then, unwilling to accept, added word by word, you wait until I recover, see how I deal with you. My nose tingled, hot tears welled up in the eyes. I'll wait for you to get better. Zhao Yicheng recovered well. He closed memories of yesteryear, recouped some funds, Emaya, and used them to fill the financial gap his parents had in real estate investments. I knew he was restoring his family's business vital energy while also giving the Jiang family a way out. Although the Jiang family declared bankruptcy, Jiang Yanyan continued operating, adjusted prices. With memories of yesteryear closed, the Jiang family's income should gradually improve, allowing them to repay debts from the broken capital chain. Zhao Yucheng and I would take Zhongjun to my mother's for dinner every day. My mother was very satisfied with Zhao Yucheng, even hinting about when we would marry, too. We never discussed this topic, feeling our current relationship was fine. We didn't necessarily need to enter the hall of marriage to be happy. One day, Zhao Yucheng had matters outside. When I went to pick up Zhongzhen, he called, saying he was near Zhongzhen's school and had already picked her up and gone to the amusement park. Zhongzhen and he were getting along better. Often, I suspected Zhongzhen came from Zhao Yucheng's womb. After more interactions with him, she didn't cling to me as much. If she didn't see Zhao Yucheng after school, she'd even throw a tantrum. Zhao Yucheng gave Zhongzhen a kid's watch. Fun Denon. Zhongzhen would often call Zhao Yucheng, chatting about daily life for half an hour. I don't know how they communicated. We agreed to meet at the amusement park entrance. I looked around but couldn't find them. Calls to Zhao Yicheng and Zhongzhen went unanswered. I grew nervous again, afraid Jiang Huai had sent people after Zhao Yicheng. A little girl holding a bouquet walked towards me. Auntie, ... double quotes. Sorry, I don't want to buy flowers. I'm not selling flowers. An uncle asked me to give this to you. Shoved the bouquet into my arms and ran off. It was a beautiful spray rose. Small orange blossoms. Many were still buds, waiting for the right time to bloom. A card in the bouquet read, Zhongzhen and I are here. Come find us. Behind the words was a simple, rough treasure map. Familiar handwriting, naive tone, definitely something Zhao Yicheng would do. I texted him, Zhao 3-year-old, you're so naive. He, hurry up and find us. I helplessly shook my head. I'd been to this amusement park many times. The location on the card was clearly the Ferris wheel. So I headed that way. Reaching the Ferris wheel, I didn't see Zhao Yucheng. I was about to call when Zhongzhen ran out from behind a sculpture. Mummy, Shu, was wearing a snow-white dress, rushing over to hug my leg. I crouched, asking her, Zhongzhen, why did you change clothes? Grandma helped me change. Grandma. She's over there. Following Zhongzhen's pointing finger, I saw Zhao Yucheng holding a bouquet of roses, walking towards me with scorching heat eyes. My mother stood about 2 meters behind him, smiling at me. Zhao Yishang was dressed formally, in a suit and leather shoes, hair-styled, looking very spirited. He walked towards me step by step. I heard my heart pounding violently. Finally, he reached me, knelt on one knee, and then cried. Zhao Yicheng, Maybe finish talking before crying? Marry, he sniffled, crying and laughing. Marry me, Shireen, looking at his red eyes, tightly furrowed brows from holding back tears. I also eyes welled up with tears. He handed me the roses, took a small box from his suit pocket, opened it, a sparkling diamond ring inside. Marry me, he repeated. Believe me, I won't let you lose. He understood what I cared about. After one failed marriage, I couldn't afford to lose again. Mummy, marry him, marry him. Zhongjin cheered on the side. Zhao Yicheng, what magic did you cast? Even Zonzon ... Not magic, it's sincerity, he said in all seriousness. I stunned, then looking into his sincere eyes, reached out. I will be your Mrs. Zhao. He puckered his lips, smiled, lowered his head to wipe tears, then put the ring on my finger, stood up, and hugged me tightly. This embrace was real, warm, belonging to me. Applause erupted behind me. I turned to look. Among the crowd were colleagues Yang Lu, his parents, my mother, and Zhang Gun. My nose grew more sour and astringent, tears falling in large drops. Xiao Yicheng, you must treat me well. I buried my head in his chest. I will ... treat you well too. His voice came from above my head. Look, the flowers have bloomed. I turned to look at the flowers in my hand. Zhao Yicheng lifted my chin, lowered his head, and kissed me. I closed my eyes, the scent of roses at my nose, warmth in my heart, as if feeling all the flowers in the world must have bloomed now.